All right, so much for doing 2 chapters per stream and getting through this in 3 streams. That was the plan. It's already borked. I don't think I'm going to get through the whole rest of the game today. Let's just do that. If I hide the taskbar, does that help? This is not. Okay. Does that hurt? Seems mostly good, but it does kind of pop up the taskbar. You can't see it. Anyway, 272. I didn't get very far in this chapter, did I? Yeah, I did not. I barely started.
I can't read it. It's in German.
Let's just redo the end of this chapter.
Yeah, so, good evening, Herr Knight.
Henneman, Von Agner?
You care to join us?
Sure. Thanks. I've spoken to several of the club members today, but I haven't had a chance to speak with you yet, Herr Von Agner.
How tragic. No one in this club talks better than I do.
Oh, true, very true.
Perhaps tomorrow?
I'd be delighted.
I haven't had a chance to get to know you yet, Herr Henneman.
Well, I'm already beyond serious conversation tonight, I'm afraid.
Tomorrow's fine. Have you guys heard about the mutilation killing last night? Happened right around the corner.
Awful, simply awful.
I'd meant to get a newspaper, but the time got away from me. Do you have any details?
A few. The victim was a man named Grossberg. He ran a furrier business in town.
Horrible. You know, this zoo wolf business is inexcusable. The mayor has been spoken to, and quite seriously. Even the prime minister is concerned.
Did you know Grossberg, Herr Von Eck?
Me? Grossberg? Why, no. Why do you ask?
I just thought you're both in the animal processing business.
Munich is a big city, Herr Knight.
So it is. Well, I was just curious.
I've finally noticed, now that I'm not drunk while watching this scene, that he doesn't just act like he knows him, but there's unique music there.
So what were y'all talking about when I came up?
Tomorrow's little excursion. Will you be joining us?
Our monthly hunting trip.
A hunt trip? Really? Where?
Our lodge is at Eppenberg. It's in the Bavarian National Forest. We leave tomorrow afternoon.
Well, gosh, that sounds great, but I need to have my gun cleaned and...
Oh, there are plenty of guns at the lodge.
Yeah, Von Eigner, perhaps the Baron did not mean for Herr Knight to join us quite so soon.
Oh, hell, why not? Baron?
Von Eigner?
Our hunting trip tomorrow. Will our new American friend be going with us?
Tonight? Well, I don't see why he could...
Of course not. He's not a club member. He's probably not even registered with the license office.
Nonsense, Gar. The sooner we get to see his technique, the better. We'll just slip him in, and he can register properly when we get back.
But that's not legal.
Since when do you care about legalities? It's only a hunting license?
I agree. I would enjoy Gabriel's presence very much.
Well, enough said. The Baron should certainly get whatever he wants. shouldn't he?
Yes.
Perhaps it will be an interesting exercise at that.
Hey, Lauren. First one here, I guess. Well, there might be some lurkers in the viewer count. I don't know. Streams are always better when we got a chat going.
They're busy. I've already bonded with those two.
Hey, there we go. Now we got some people coming in.
It is a hoot to pester them, but I'm kind of running out of reasons. Maybe I should wait until I have something meaningful to say.
No idea what's going on in this game. That's no excuse. It's still good. This is one of those games that is worth watching no matter how much or how little you understand. What do we know so far? Although we're more open with the spoilers during the replay. But this is the hunting lodge. But basically we're on to the fact that they're probably all a bunch of werewolves. Yeah. And there's clearly a historical tie through the bloodlines. We already knew about that with Gabriel, right? Gabriel's own bloodline through the Schottenjägers. But this dude right here, the tall one, we talk about Von Lover. Well, he's basically the alpha wolf, and these others are all beta wolves. I'm not sure how much more there is to say, actually. Jane Jensen games are good at kind of leading you on with more complications than there really are. A lot of kind of dead ends and red herrings. I remember Gray Matter was like that too.
That's a thought.
I solved this while I was sloshed the first time. I hid the tape recorder. Yeah, let's look at it.
I hid the tape recorder inside the magazine.
I figured that out. I felt so smart.
Yes, Herr Knight?
It's those moments that make you really happy as a player that designers really always want to go for. You want to create whatever moments to make the player feel proud of themselves.
Just wanted to put this magazine back. It wasn't very good. I wouldn't recommend it.
Ah, Herr Baum.
Gentlemen, excuse me, please.
That's what we're trying to figure out. He's acting very, very suspicious of us.
I apologize for not getting to you sooner. Have you been enjoying yourself?
Oh, it's been loads of fun.
Good. I'm glad you're going with us tomorrow. We don't get started until the afternoon, so won't have to worry about staying up late tonight.
I have to warn you, my hunting's kind of rusty.
I'm sure you'll do just fine.
Was?
Mist.
I demand to know what you're doing at this club.
Me?
Baron Gonzalo.
Really?
Are you aware that this guest of yours has been asking intimate questions? Poking around in our personal affairs? He must be a reporter. Or the police.
What do we have to fear from a reporter or the police? Although I can promise you, her knight is neither.
You don't care that he's prying into our private business? What possible motive could he have?
Gar! Please. He's my guest. You're the one who's turning that into an inquisition.
Then it is on your head.
I apologize for that.
You keep defending me. I'm not exactly helping the harmony around here.
Believe me, the harmony was shattered a long time before you came. Gonzalo gets territorial. I'm tired of it, frankly.
Well, I should go anyway. I wanted to clean up before tonight.
All right.
Good night, everyone.
Oh,
Good enough
night,
tonight.
night.
I should be home soon. See you then.
That is the exact opposite hair situation, Outrun. So that's interesting too, because he doesn't just go in for the night, right? Because chapter 5 starts, he's partying at Von Glover's house, so... I guess he had to grab dinner before meeting tonight, which we just saw on the pavement. I don't know. Anyway, chapter 4, that's what we're here for today. This is Grace. At Gabriel's castle. Oh, the Santa Claus thing again. Show it 3 times. All right.
Grace Nakamura.
Doubt there's anything in here.
I wish I could read these biographies of Ludwig. Wait a minute. Ludwig II, fairy tale king of Bavaria. I didn't see this before. Yep, English. Huh.
Find someone who holds you the way she holds that book.
Ludwig remained throughout his life both very bright and very naive. He was an introvert who seemed to be constantly out of sync with traditional views of rulership, money, and human relationships. The world ever failed to match his ideals. Perhaps this was a fault of his sheltered upbringing as future king. He never was introduced to the real world, and the real world failed to interest him as an adult. In his youth, Ludwig was in fine physical condition and loved to hike alone in the Alps and ride horses. He had a hunting lodge, Schahen, specifically for this purpose. Unfortunately, in 1872, a rather traumatic hunting accident befell the king at Schahen, and his leg was cruelly damaged. He never fully recovered from this incident, and his hiking and riding ceased. His physical health deteriorated from that time on, and explains why he looked so unhealthy in later years. A hunting accident?
It was done on purpose. Okay, and we flip to page 81.
Other than his long-standing friendship with the Empress Elizabeth of Austria and with his mother, the relationships Ludwig attempted with others were nearly always a disappointment for him and a bewilderment for his partners. He would become obsessed with someone, a singer, an artist, a nobleman or a peasant, and would bombard them with gifts, praise, and favors. When they would fail to return the depths of rapturous passion he required, the singular adoration and humble obedience he expected, he would grow disappointed and cut himself off from them. The objects of his interest were occasionally women, usually ones he fell in love with after seeing them in idealized roles on the stage, but they were more often young men who fit his fantasies of the heroic sagas like Lohengrin and Parsifal that he so loved. A good example of the king's obsessive behavior in relationships is the following letter from the Königlich Bayerische Archives, which this author was privileged to access. It is dated 1864, and it was written by Ludwig's manservant, Paul, to a friend. The king has been in high mood these days. The reason, of course, is a new interest. Thursday last, the king attended a performance of Lohengrin in the Wittelsbacher Theater. He came back in a fever, demanding that a man be found. The man, it was gathered, had been sitting in a box across from Ludwig and had drawn the king's attention by his beauty and his deep emotional response to the performance. The king declared that here at last is a sensitive soul. The man was tracked down and brought in for an audience. Upon my word, never have I seen any mind so in line with His Majesty's own. They discussed Wagner and France and Byron and all manner of things until long past dawn. The young man, beautiful indeed to look upon, met the king's enthusiasm and knowledge bit for bit.
Always have to mention the appearance.
His Majesty has been in the thick of it ever since, and while I welcome his good temper, I grow tired of fetching letters back and forth to Louis, so called by His Majesty, that should tell you who the young man looks like, at all hours of the night. This author has not been able to learn much about Louis, but he was known to have been a seemingly high-bred foreigner, and he was involved with Ludwig as late as 1880, when he fell into disfavor.
And nobody gives a shit about chapter 6.
The king, especially later in life, felt a great deal of guilt about his sensual nature. His diaries are full of repentant entries begging God for forgiveness and swearing to remain pure. In many of the diary entries, he swears to abstain from sexual relations. The number of these oath entries indicate that Ludwig was not very successful in resisting temptation, yet it is also clear that Ludwig was a God-fearing man and that, though his flesh might occasionally fall, he never surrendered his heart and his conscience to sin. Nothing else I can use in the biography section. I'm not sure what other case books would be relevant. I'm not sure. I'll write to Gabriel, soon as I have enough info to blow his little investigation out of the water. It wasn't worth picking up the first time. Who should I call? Professor Barkley will call when he finds out something. 4th of March, 18... I have heard... You're most...
No, we did that already.
Nice view of the Alps.
Oh.
I wonder what Gerda's up to. Ritter ancestors, I assume.
There's that really terrible part where the flowers bloom under arbitrary circumstances. Remember that?
Gerda's being a real pig about those car keys.
You think she has it on her? Just go dig it out of the desk there? I mean, we have we just had a puzzle like that in the previous chapter. Yes. That was chapter 2. That's when you first get access to the library, actually. It's pretty early on. I think he's out of the game now.
Guess they're closed.
But despite that, he continues to leave this open the rest of the game.
That's the church in the square.
That's the pigeon window, yes.
Von Rollick slept here.
I don't think the pigeon shows up till the beginning of chapter 6, though. You weren't the one that put me up to that stupid pigeon game, even though you are the bird enthusiast.
King Ludwig II of Bavaria.
Herr Huber?
Yes?
I was wondering if you've changed your mind about telling me where Gabriel is. It's really important.
No. Sorry.
Thanks.
Bitte?
Considering how common an interaction it would be for people's playthroughs, that should be a different stepping out there.
So that's King Ludwig II of Bavaria. I have no idea what that says. Looks old, though.
Hello there, dear.
Hi, I'm Grace Nakamura from the castle. Am I interrupting?
Heavens, no.
Have a seat, Miss Nakamura.
Well, I might, for a moment.
Isn't this nice?
Nakamoto.
We just finished our breakfast. Do you want something?
No, thanks.
Good for you. I can never turn down food myself. Now you just tell us all about it, Sugar Pie.
No, tell me about yourselves.
You mentioned the other night that you were a demonologist. What is that exactly?
Well, it's not as bad as it sounds, honey. What Emma and I really do is to help protect people.
Protect them from what?
Well, do you believe in
Demons.
the devil, Miss Nakamura?
I believe in good and evil, if that helps.
Oh, but Satan and his demons are real, and they will attack the living. And most folks don't know what to do once they've been attacked. We try to help protect people.
How can you protect people from demons?
Best protection is faith in God, of course. But sometimes faith isn't enough. Sometimes we have to delve into the supernatural in order to protect others. Your shot and joggers are just the same.
We are? I mean, he is?
Of course! The warriors of light are rare these days, but they do exist all around the globe.
That's interesting. I just read about a group called Manos del Sol in Brazil. So the Ritters aren't the only Schottenjägers.
Well, they're probably the only ones to use that title, but others have been chosen for the battle.
Okay, no follow-up. These were already here.
Do you know anything about King Ludwig II?
Sure, we saw his castles, didn't we, Mother?
We sure did. Why do you ask?
Well, I found a letter in the Schottenjäger library warning Ludwig about the Black Wolf.
Who wrote the letter?
One of Gabriel's ancestors, a Schottenjäger.
Seems like whoever was using me as a megaphone helped you find that letter. Perhaps you should follow the path something's pointing at. Look into Ludwig.
I intend to.
I already found the book.
The other night you said something about the Black Wolf. What did you mean? Where did you hear that name?
I wasn't the one talking.
I don't understand.
Well, that's quite all right. The point is, it would be a very good idea to answer those questions, and we must work together to do so. Of course I'll help you, Pumpkin. I'd like to know myself, wouldn't I? It isn't every day one's taken over by a disembodied spirit, and I don't much care for it, thank you.
You're not talking about a seance, are you?
Oh, heavens, no.
Thank God.
Emma's right. I'm much better at tarot cards. I can read for you or for someone else if you prefer.
I was listening to the audio quality of those clips. I think they have the microphone set up. It's picking up the S sounds much more harshly from the people on the right side of the table than the left. So it's not like redubbed or anything. I mean, maybe it is. But I remember messing with that, and I found it just through my own experimentation. It's a lot easier to correct those scratchy S sounds than it sounds like it would be. I was just playing around with it, Audacity some years back, but like you can literally just take out the pencil and just like even it out. It just takes 2 seconds. And it's fixed.
Are you sure you don't know anything about the Black Wolf?
I never did, dear. I told you. Really, you mustn't confuse the vessel with the voice. All I remember was seeing a very bright flash like lightning. Next thing I knew, Emil had me outside. Whatever it was very powerful. Very powerful.
I guess it depends on exactly how the file is corrupted, but usually it's like a corruption of the file rather than a truly bad signal. Like it just compresses it badly.
Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to do my tarot reading.
All right, let's do it.
Don't you worry now. I know what I'm doing. Push your vital energies into the cards.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
This is your soul card. That which applies to all of your lifetimes. It's the Empress. Oh, that's a good one.
What's it mean?
It means that your soul's journey is one of leadership. There's great strength here and intelligence. This card represents what you're like in this lifetime.
I just play Go Fish with them.
It's the Chariot. Self-discipline. Control. You need to feel you have a plan, that you're testing your abilities. The Chariot's very masculine. In combination with the Empress, it tells me that you're currently exploring your male side. You will seek out great achievement, but it does have its price.
Doesn't sound anything like me.
Yes, dear. The third card represents the other. You've pulled the Magician. Who is he, dear?
Excuse me?
Your other, the Magician. Oh, this is a very powerful card. Major Arcana.
My other?
Everyone has an other. Let's see. I bet it's the Schottenjäger. What's his name?
The Schottenjäger? Gabriel Knight.
A name of power. He is powerful, this one. The Magician is dexterous and cunning, mischievous and manipulate.
That's Gabriel, all right.
And very strong with magical and occult powers. Now this is interesting because your card, the Chariot, is all logic and reasoning, while his, the Magician, is spiritual and intuitive. You two are quite a pair. The fourth card shows what you're trying to achieve at this moment, your immediate destiny. It's the Strength or Lust card.
Lust?
Not that kind of lust, dear. It's a trial card. Finding the strength to continue some difficult journey. It also represents the integration of conflicting energies. That must be your Chariot and his Magician energies. Strength also means bonding those energies, loving without judgment, learning to love the beast.
Uh-huh.
What is this trial, dear? Do you know?
Well, Gabriel and I are involved with a case right now.
It will be a hard time. You must let your love give you power. Use the positive energy of your union or you may not succeed.
I think you have the wrong idea. Gabriel and I just work together.
Yes, dear. But if I might just suggest, when you're facing negative forces, the positive energy of love is a very vital weapon. You make yourself vulnerable when you resist your own tools.
Well, that's been helpful.
I hope so, dear.
Maybe we should do a reading for Gabriel.
Oh, let's! It's a little like spying on someone unawares, but what the heck? Reach out to the cards and to think about his essence. His soul card is the Magician. Yes, dear, it reflects your other exactly.
Well, maybe, but I'd rather hold out for David Copperfield.
And his lifetime card? Oh, goodness. The Lovers.
You mean the sole purpose of his life is in his pants? Doesn't surprise me.
It's not what you think, dear. It's a duality card. As a lifetime card, it refers to Gabriel's own duality. Good versus evil, physical pleasure versus spiritual growth, that kind of thing. His challenge is to integrate the conflicting parts of himself. Until he does, he'll never find peace. And you will find peace when you acknowledge all of him. Find a way to love the worst as you already love the best.
You're really reaching.
Mother.
His other is the High Priestess.
Let me guess. That's me, right?
No, dear, it's not. The High Priestess represents psychic mysteries, deep wisdom.
She's hurt.
It's a very different energy from your earthy one. This must be our connection. To the voice, dear! Someone is trying to communicate with Gabriel. This force is represented by the High Priestess.
That's not much help. What about the Black Wolf?
But it is a help, dear. The High Priestess is a spiritual guide card if ever there was one. The message must have been a warning.
If this force is connected to Gabriel, and if he's so very psychic, then why doesn't it just go to him? Why say it to me?
Maybe Gabriel's blocked. Maybe he's purposefully blocking. There is that duality business. Let's go on and see if it becomes clear. The fourth card, remember, represents the current situation. It's death.
Oh. Nothing to worry about then.
Now, you just leave interpretation up to me, Sugar Pie. It's a transformation card, dying to one thing and being born to another. It is painful, but it isn't necessarily bad. Two of Wands. Oh, my.
What?
A 2 is not good here. Wands is Mars in Aries. That's a war card. In conjunction with the Death card, there are 2 possible transformations.
2 transformations?
Yes, dear. Gabriel is waging a spiritual battle. The transformation might be good or evil. That must be the purpose of the High Priestess. She's trying to guide him.
So you think he really might be in danger?
Oh, yes, dear. Gabriel's very essence is at stake. If he takes the wrong path with his powers, Imola and I will stay in town. You must let me know if anything else happens that we can read for clues. Let the Force use you.
I'd better go.
Anytime you need us, stop by.
Be careful now.
Thanks.
Good music. That's what I did last time. Wow.
I don't have anything else to say to the Smiths right now.
It's drunker than I realized. I don't remember. I remember going not very far into chapter 4, but I don't remember actually sitting through the tarot readings. Hey, Sawyer. Congratulations on being all queen. Wait a minute.
It's a silver heart. Someone must have left it as a mourning gift.
Unfortunately, Super Gamer, I think this is a more linear game. And I think it's talking about the future. So, I think actually very little of that had to do with Grace. But that's interesting. It'd be interesting if you were right. That'd be a question for that new follower who joined the Discord and immediately left. Warster. Oh well.
I wonder what Gerda's up to.
So did you decide to go ahead and well, I don't know if Lauren's able to hear me or not, because of technical issues. So did you decide to go ahead and continue running through King's Quest 6 on your own? Yeah? It's a good game to... It probably is good to just have it between you and the game, right? And just... And without any outside distractions. That probably is a good thing. Or no, maybe we can write. Maybe that's what we do. Too bad it's not like Monkey Island where you can double click and it skips the walking. Yeah, I've gathered that Outrun's way behind. I don't know. Yeah, we need to see your notes eventually.
I'll write to Gabriel.
Oh.
Soon as I have enough info to blow his little investigation out of the water.
That didn't happen. I was about to say, who's gonna tell her? I guess it's you, Sawyer. I actually didn't know that for years. We could talk about it on this stream, but there's two different versions of the guidebook, and one of them is a little. They're both kind of not that clear. One of them is clearer than the other, and the one that's not clear, the one I had, I had that for years and didn't know. I mean, stealth map is kind of an understatement, especially if you're talking about the CD version. So she doesn't want to write Gabriel yet. Yeah, maybe you missed. Maybe that buffered Outrun. But yeah. I did just bring that up.
I don't want to go back into Gerda's bedroom. She might catch me in there.
Yeah, I'd like to replay through the game with Lauren again sometime. Preferably before I finish my own project with it, which is coming along well. I need to watch that YouTube video. Was it Mitchie that posted it? Somebody posted about these locations, which was funny. I remember I didn't mention it, but I was thinking about that the other day before that was posted. I was wondering about these locations.
The castle looks huge from here. They've got more rooms left to restore than I thought.
It's like 5 stories. I mean, on the one hand, it'd be fun to live in a giant castle or some other big place. Like we were joking last time, like the Zillow listing. The main thing, yeah. I mean, I'm looking at places, but whenever you're on Zillow, right? You don't just stick to the ones you're actually looking for. You always want to go to the cool ones because they're just fun to look at. But anyway, yeah. The bigger the property, the more there is to maintain, especially as it ages. The creepy ones. I can mention what I think it was I think it was Lake Waco. Look in that one now. I'll give you another Zillow one. I think it was Zillow. But it's like there's one like literally says haunted house on the lake. Oh, it was you. Okay. Sorry. Oh, I think you have a similar avatar to Mitchie. I think that's why I got you two mixed up. I do that. I will mix you guys up a bunch, just like here in the chat. If 2 of you have the same color, I'll mix you up. So like right now we got a good variety here. I appreciate everyone in chat having different colors. Yes, that's the technical term. All right, Super Gamer. See you in a bit. Or maybe. Yeah, you said a little bit. What is there to do? This is why I got stuck before. All right.
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment. I don't have anything else to say to the Smiths right now. I don't have...
Ooh. Hold on. Oh, I just kind of found a, like, sort of a minor bug.
Grace Nakamura.
It's like when the game is supposed to scroll, you can kind of halt it. And she'll keep walking. So now she's just off the screen.
The Madonna. Saint Georg.
All right.
I don't want to disturb her. It's a silver heart. Someone must have left it as a mourning gift.
What do you want me to do in here?
These coffins are... Grace Nak.
Shh.
I wonder what kind of flowers these are.
Maybe just here?
Guten Tag. Grüß Gott, Frau Nakamura. Ich habe etwas für Sie.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, it's from Gabriel. Ja, das ist vom Schattenjäger. Ja.
Yeah, it's from Schattenjäger.
I think you... Gabriel is a working partner and...
Congratulations.
Never mind. Danke. Bitte, brauchen Sie noch etwas?
Did she just ask if we're gonna have kids? I have no idea what they're saying.
My German isn't good enough for chit-chat.
All right, let's see. Ah.
4th of March.
Nope, wrong one. What? Oh, it just okay.
Gracie, you decided to come over. That's great. Guten Tag and all that. I'm sure you and Gertie are hitting it off. Thanks for finding the werewolf book. I'm not sure what it all means, but it might be useful. About Ludwig II, you know, I think you might have something there. Ubergrau says there are 2 places you should check out. Ludwig had a castle called New Swan something, and there's a museum about him at here in chemistry. Something like that. I really think you should spend some time looking into it.
Over there.
Don't worry. Things are going very smoothly this time around. I've tracked a suspect to a hunt club run by a man named Von Glauer. He seems okay, but I'm sure there's something going on with at least one of the others. Don't worry, though. I met a police detective named Liebe, so I have backup. I'll be finished soon. Sit tight and enjoy your visit till I get there. Gabriel.
Yes, that
Does he think I'm on vacation here? No address. Thank you very much, Mr. Knight.
Yeah, that makes logical sense, Outrun. I'm just joking around. It's kind of like the yeah, there are all sorts of like videos, the false dubbing, like the Hitler scene, right? The downfall where everybody always puts wrong subtitles.
My German isn't good enough for chit-chat.
Danke. Bitte.
Yabba yabba yabba. Maybe now we have the interaction in the church. Let's see. Yep. There we go.
Candace here. I wonder what she's up to.
Say something snarky, quick.
Oh my god. Gerda was in love with Wolfgang.
And she just comes in and starts all this dramatic shit for no reason. $5 million property with 2 beds and 2 baths. They better be really impressive beds and baths. Either that or we're talking about like California or something. But that's kind of what I was saying is like you can look at the market, like location is everything to the point where if you really didn't care about the location, you could get something pretty nice for pretty cheap. Or if you go where all the people are, you got, yeah, a $1 million studio apartment or studio condo.
Boy, do I feel stupid or what?
Cheers. I'm out. I gotta go get more. Sorry for the poor timing with that. I could try to squeeze out the last couple drops of this.
Candace at the church.
The St. Georg Church. Oh, there we go. It's so much harder for me to identify the notes when everything's so chromatic like that. So I know that my absolute pitch is tied to my relative pitch. That is, I'm not sure what those notes are.
They're beautiful, but they won't last long in my coat.
All right, do we have an iceberg lettuce situation where you just kind of let it sit there? Lauren, it would be fun if nobody spoils this. It would be fun to see someone try to work out the logic for trying to figure out kind of the minimum path through King's Quest 6. I know it's a complicated game, so it's a hard problem if you don't know the game all that deeply, but once you kind of start thinking in terms of the right goals, it starts to get really interesting when you're like, well, I don't actually have to do that, and I don't have to do that either, and things start really shrinking down. Because you've played the shorter path a couple times. Hey, Moss. Yeah, nobody say what the minimum point total is. Man, now more people are coming in. Hey, Jim. This is really bad timing. Lauren gets back with a drink. Here's Moss. Here's Jim. I need to take a 5-minute break. Well, keep yourselves entertained. There's plenty of people here, right? I'll have to be right back. Sorry. Oh, here we go. Okay, what is this? All reasonable offers considered. So can I mean, is 100,000 reasonable? Oh yes, these are fun to look at. Oh shit, did they already play? And they lost? Sorry to hear that, Jim. I didn't realize they had already played. I have the wrong tab open. I have Zillow open right now. Here we go. All right, let's... Oh, okay. Because I thought I saw that it was an evening game, so... Wow, that is... Huh. What was the score? Can I... Oh. Well, this would have been Cleveland. I don't think the Hurricanes went as far as Cleveland. Hmm. Fortunately, it sounded like Milton wasn't as bad as they thought it was going to be. Oh. I clearly have something to do here, so... Yeah, it's overall good, right? You just kind of, self-knowledge. I'm a tiny peasant peon who has no influence on the world. Right? So you can't get too caught up in it. There's something, you want to be educated enough to be, part of a, productive, strong citizenry. But, yeah. You kind of want to hit that limit and then... not go any further.
I really should apologize, but I don't want to interrupt her. Maybe there's something else I can do.
Yeah, that is a good season. I remember we were talking about this, Jim, during the season when they were like 3 seeds out, and you were like, you were telling me they're like, Tigers are suddenly playing well. Maybe they could sneak into the playoffs. And I was like, everybody thinks that, I mean, maybe I wasn't watching, but Yeah, I hope the Rangers can put a good team together again. I mean, they shouldn't have changed that much, but apparently they completely washed out this year. Moss is colorblind.
Grace Nakamura.
Oh, I'm into. Oh well. All right, say Grace Nakamura while you set the flowers in.
There. That's better, don't you think? I'm so sorry. I was an idiot.
Gabriel and I, we never...
I know. It's my fault.
Do I have to hit the button
Gabriel's
again?
fault. He never tells me anything. I don't know why he didn't want me on this case.
Maybe he just...
Don't even try to make excuses for him. Still, he's up to his neck in it, I think. Will you help me out with something?
Of course.
I have to do some research on Ludwig. I want to go see some of his castles.
Take Gabriel's car.
Oh, she had the key.
There's a map of southern Bavaria in the car. Ludwig's castles are all marked.
Thanks.
Good luck.
All right, I'll hit the button. Because we love the button, don't we? We love the button, don't we, folks? Where is it? Here it is.
The American people are tired of women.
I think she wants to be left alone.
I couldn't find like what he actually said there. Like every clip has it cut off there. Nobody cares about context at all. I assume it's 2 clips concatenated, but I don't know. All right, gotta look up. Isn't Zillow fun? Okay. Oh, look at this. Okay, so in Tennessee for $385, you get 3,200 square feet. Yeah, $120 a square foot, and all of a sudden things look very reasonable. Yeah, the comment section on that video was all like, I can't stand they remove the context. What he actually said was the American people are tired of women and minorities. Like, that was what everybody was saying. Like, nobody actually cares. I like this. Yeah, there's a lot of variety here in there. It's got that one room with the I mean, I'm sure they'd take it with them when they sold it to you, but it's got that one room with the what are those? Those partition walls? It reminds me of Gabriel going back there to change into his jester outfit. All right. Yeah, I've talked about that before. He used to denounce the billionaires and millionaires. He said millionaires and billionaires, then he became a millionaire, so now it's just the billionaires. I didn't know I was until I saw that listing. I think it was on in the lake in Waco. What are we doing now? Oh yeah, take Gabriel's car keys. Okay, well. I don't need 2 saves of the exact same thing.
At least I have the car keys now.
Maybe, I don't know. That's somewhere out of town east of Waco. Oh, this part's rough. I have several sounds I need to add to the soundboard, as always.
I don't think the guards want to be bothered while on duty.
Our tour begins in the entry hall. Ludwig II lived from 1845 to 1886. He assumed the Bavarian throne at the age of 18 when his father died. Ludwig's passion was building castles. He built 3 during his lifetime: Linderhof, Herrenchiemsee, and Neuschwanstein. Plans for a 4th castle, Falkenstein, were underway when he died. In addition to his obsession with building, Ludwig also had a passion for classical heroic German mythology, a taste he shared with the German opera composer Richard Wagner. Neuschwanstein is decorated throughout with themes from these stories, most of which directly relate to Wagner's operas.
Yeah. We're gonna be here a while.
These scenes seem to tell a story, but I have no idea what story.
What was the goal again? It's 300 something. 300 and a lot, actually. Oh my god. 380. Yeah, we got a long way to go.
The paintings in this room are from the Siegfried saga. The paintings in this room are from the Siegfried saga. The closed door leads to the tower, which is not part of the tour. The king was making his way to this very door when he was arrested in 1886.
I wonder why Ludwig was going to the tower the night he was arrested.
Talking about this? All right, Jim. Sorry about your tigers again. I'll catch you later.
You are now standing in the king's bedroom. The theme of the bedroom is Tristan and Isolde, the tragic love story retold in Wagner's opera. The opera was given its first performance in Munich in 1865, and a 20-year-old Ludwig attended. This is probably the most elaborate and expensive bedroom ever created. It took 14 woodcarvers 4.5 years to create this room. It was this kind of extravagance that bankrupted the king. In the years before his death, he found it increasingly difficult to find money from any source.
All right, Jim. We'll see if I'm still here. I don't know how long your shift is, but I guess I'm fairly early on in the stream, at least. I like to think that Jim just camps in at a speed trap, right? He just sits in the cop car, right? He's got his speed trap on the side of the highway ready to go, and he has my stream playing on his phone or on the police laptop. There it is. Road pirates.
Did they have running water in 1886?
In the King's Palace, maybe so. We'll have to talk to Jim about being a road
Did
pirate.
they have running water in 18... Maybe Ludwig thought all this luxury would help him sleep.
The richly carved bed, with its canopy, resembles a Gothic building and its turrets. The bed's draperies were handmade by dozens of Bavarian seamstresses.
If I was a road pirate, I would definitely be biased towards stopping pickup trucks. Those things are bullies. They think they own the road. And they're overconfident. It's like, well, if I crash into you, you're the only one that's going to die. Right? And they drive like that. It's ridiculous.
Scenes from the opera Tristan and Isolde. Scenes from the opera Tristan and Isolde. This is Ludwig's private chapel. The king was a devout Catholic, as were all of the Wittelsbacher rulers. They supported the Roman Church even when other European countries were dominated by Protestantism.
A king saint? I wonder if Ludwig pictured himself that way. Or maybe he just wanted to be that way. A king...
The paintings above the altar depict Saint Louis surrounded by the seraphim. An interesting side note. For a period of about a year, the Louis images in all three castles were ordered to be covered up with black cloth on the unfathomable whim of the king. The stained glass window depicts St. Louis receiving the last sacraments.
So when you look at all of the exhibits, you get like an additional 10 points. So when I sweep the castle here, let's actually pay attention to the score. It looks like it's trickling upwards as I'm looking around at specific things, but let's see if I get a big boost to the score or not at the end. Last time I actually did get this, so.
The stained glass window.
Or I think I said this.
St. Louis receiving the last sacraments.
You know, it's... Yeah, Texas drivers are pretty bad. You know, if you're in a city, obviously there's a lot more traffic and you got, you know, people going really fast on the highways and stuff. And so you'd like to think, okay, well, you go out in the countryside, the more rural areas, it might be safer. Well, at least here in Texas, I don't know how it is where you are, but we got those one-lane country roads, and some of them have dedicated passing lanes on occasion, others don't. If you want to pass, you have to go into the opposite lane of traffic at 70 miles an hour. I'm not really comfortable doing that. I think that's weird. But I'm also frightened someone else coming the other way is going to try it. I don't know. Although, fortunately, it's never happened to me. I don't know. Fortunately, it at least depends on the road. Some of them do have the occasional passing lanes, which I think they should all have that. I don't know.
The Black Madonna of El Tadin. I wonder what her story is all about.
Okay.
You are now standing in the king's bedroom. The theme of the bedroom is Tristan and Isolde, the tragic love story retold in Wagner's opera. The opera was given its first performance in Munich in 1865, and the 20-year-old Ludwig attended. This is probably the most elaborate and expensive bedroom ever created. It took 14 woodcarvers 4.5 years to create this room. It was this kind of extravagance that bankrupted the king. In the years before his death, he found it increasingly difficult to find money from any source. In the corner is a brown tiled stove with clay figures of Tristan and Isolde. In the corner is a brown tiled stove with clay figures of Tristan and Isolde.
Is that a sentence fragment? It sounds like...
In the corner is a brown tiled stove with clay figures of Tristan and Isolde.
I don't know. I'm only getting prepositional phrases there.
This is the king's living room. The walls are decorated with scenes from the Lohengrin saga. The king first saw Wagner's opera Lohengrin when he was 16, and it so affected him that he considered it a form of enlightenment. The tragedy of Lohengrin was his essential loneliness. This too was Ludwig's own fate. Ludwig withdrew more and more into his fantasy world of epic heroes and absolute monarchy. An ideal he was determined to create in his castles if he could not have it in his real life. He only wanted to be alone with his dreams, so much so that even his servants were kept at a distance and were not allowed to look at him.
What were you afraid they'd see?
Werewolf. You know, some of you I know are monarchists. And I'm listening to this, yeah, bankrupt because of bedroom designs, but the idea of the government going bankrupt And I'm sitting there as a Bitcoiner, and I'm like, oh, that's probably what it is. The reason why that system worked is because you had the economy tied to actual finite amounts of energy, as opposed to this infinite fiat printer, where you imagine that you're not bankrupt when you are. That's got to be what it is. The reason why the old system worked is that it was tied to finite things, which is always the key point. So you think it's a red herring to think it's the political system, but it's actually whether your monetary system is tied to finite reality or infinite make-believe. That might be the thing that actually matters.
The Miracle of the Grail.
These linens look seriously expensive and seriously old. I'm surprised people don't sit in these chairs when the guard's not looking.
There's a puzzle associated with that, and I think it's in the not the next chapter, chapter 6, though.
These linen.
Okay, so there.
The Miracle of the Grail.
Yeah, that was just really fast. Okay.
The swan motif is featured throughout the castle, but it is particularly prominent in this room. Both the swan and the lily were symbols Ludwig associated with himself. They represented his ideals of majesty and purity. The painting behind the swan shows Lohengrin's arrival.
More swans.
Yeah, I'm very encouraged at the idea of a monarch running out of money on a bedroom. Right? That's a limit to your power. Right? Do you want to send your soldiers into that field to harass that shepherd? Or do you want a more lavish bedroom? Can't just print money and do both.
This is a reproduction of the grotto from the Tannhäuser saga. In such places, Ludwig could pretend he was one of his beloved mythic heroes. As the grotto personifies, the castles were solitary playgrounds built for Ludwig alone. He believed the masses were too coarse to appreciate fine art, and he seldom entertained guests. In fact, Ludwig had a standing order that upon his death, the castles were to be destroyed. Fortunately, the estate was in such debt that the castles were opened for paying tours only weeks after Ludwig's death. They haven't closed since. It is one of the great ironies of Ludwig's story that the castles that he was thought insane for building are now considered Bavaria's finest treasures. They have paid for their construction many times over.
Yeah, so I like that one too, right? Because it's sort of a legacy, I guess. It is to kind of build for the future. This is something that other people knew, whether Ludwig was aware of it or not. You know, you had other civilizations, like a generation would work on building a stone church by hand, and like you'd have generations that would never see it finished, right? But they would know that one day it would be completed into this grand, beautiful thing. So yeah, an eye for the long term is kind of neat. It's just kind of, when they talk about the irony of this, it's just kind of interesting. It's like, well, whether he knew it or not, he actually did build his castles for the long term, even if that wasn't his actual intention. So it worked out.
I can almost picture Ludwig in here. I wonder what he really dreamt about in this room. I can
This room has some weird Escher vibes or something. I have a hard time grappling with understanding the space here.
This is the king's study. Ludwig spent much time at his desk, writing letters, drawing up plans for his projects, and studying his favorite authors. He loved poetry, history, and the classics. In later years, he also studied the occult. What affairs of state he did reluctantly attend to were generally attended to alone at his desk in writing. His reluctance to meet with his heads of state and perform the duties of the king were one of the reasons for the charges brought against him in 1886. But Ludwig dreamt of true kingship and a true monarchy, and the small powers left to him after Bavaria's succeeded power to Prussia only incited his disdain and frustration.
Oh, no. Let me look at this. That's a high quality image.
The study paintings depict scenes from the Tannhäuser Saga in the Wartburg Castle. The study paintings depict scenes from the Tannhäuser Saga in the Wartburg Castle. The study paintings depict scenes from the Tannhäuser
Boobies!
Saga in the Wartburg Castle.
I wonder why he was studying the occult before he died.
And suddenly we're not tired of women
I
anymore.
wonder why he was studying the occult before he died. I doubt there's anything left in there now. Besides, the guard would kill me if I touched it. I doubt...
This is the final room of our tour, the Singers' Hall. It was modeled after the Singers' Hall of the Wartburg Castle, where minstrel competitions were held in the 13th century. The hall was built for small private concerts, but Ludwig himself never gave one here. It is said that during the last few years of Wagner's life, he came to Neuschwanstein frequently and performed for the king alone in this room. The hall is probably best known for its enigmatic wolf paintings. The original paintings were from the Parsifal saga, but in 1882, Ludwig had them replaced, supplying the description and titles of the new paintings himself. While all the other rooms in the castle show scenes from Wagner's operas, the scenes in this room are not from any opera that anyone can identify. It is yet another of the many mysteries associated with the life of the fairy tale king.
Wagner's Lost Opera. We can spoil it. Doesn't matter. It's the replay.
Why would Ludwig have wolf paintings in his castle?
Super rich people into the occult. I think a lot of them struggle with meaninglessness, right? However bad you think your life is, you're probably, hopefully working towards something. Once you're at the top of the mountain and there's nowhere to go, like, what do you do?
Engelhart and the blacksmith. Engelhart courts Hildegunde. The hunters track down Engelhart and Hildegunde. Hildegunde's imprisonment. The wedding feast of Hildegunde and the Baron. The death of Engelhart.
You think so? No, we did this.
Nice view of the Alps.
294.
Ludwig's childhood castle, Hohenschwangau, is visible from the lookout in the Singers' Hall.
Nope, didn't change. Shit.
Engelhart courts Hildegunde. Engelhart and the blacksmith.
What about Phantasmagoria 2? Hey, Fantasy Dreamer. I think I'm missing something in here.
I can almost picture Ludwig in here.
Hold on a second. Or maybe you don't get a big jump for seeing them all, but rather there's if you get each one individually. Maybe that's what it is. Let me look here. View all exhibits 9. That must be what it is. Maybe I do have it all, actually. It's not that you get a lump sum points. It's that you trickle all the points in. piecemeal as you go through. And I did get 9 points. I came in at 2. My save is at 284. I got 1 point for using the car. So it's 285. And I got 9 points looking around. So, cool. There you go. It stopped flashing. I mean, not that that's always reliable, but it also said that. Okay. Get out of here. Okay, here we go.
I can't see the displays until I've gotten past the counter.
Bullshit.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Okay, you got me. I don't know any more German.
Ist das die Ludwig Museum? Ja, ja. Ludwig der Zweite von Bayern.
Ich hätte gern eine Eintrittskarte fürs Museum.
Ja, 8 Mark für eine Ganztagskarte.
Coins.
So.
All right, coins.
Danke. Bitte.
No. Okay, so wait a minute. Are the 2 points that I just got separate? Buy a ticket, yes. View all exhibits is 15, so we want to get to 311. See if that happens.
July 3rd, 1863. Elizabeth, you can have no idea, dear cousin, how happy you made me. The hours recently passed with you in the railway carriage I consider among the happiest in my life.
That's a very
Never
ominous
will
first
their memories
sentence.
fade. You gave me permission to visit you at Ischl. If the time comes for this ardent hope to be fulfilled, I shall be of all men upon earth the most blessed. The feelings of sincere love and reverence and faithful attachment to you, which I cherished in my heart even as a boy, makes me imagine heaven upon earth, and will be extinguished by death alone. I beg you with all my heart to forgive the contents of this letter, but I could not help myself.
Oh, well.
Elizabeth frequently gave Ludwig advice on royal conduct, hoping to protect him from unfavorable public opinion. March 1st, 1865. My dearest Eagle, you have not written me in a few months. I have missed you. I often try to imagine what you are doing. I hear tales that you have been on retreat and have not been seen in Munich for some time. I suspect it is this new friend you wrote up so mysteriously that takes you away from home. I hope you are enjoying yourself, my beloved, but I beg you to caution. The people need to see you at the throne. I also hesitate to suggest that what your officials do in your absence may not always be in your own best interest. You have always been a true king, but you must let the people see you to ensure that they don't forget that. E. Your dove.
E.
Ludwig's friends were concerned for his mental state long before his arrest. June 14th, 1878. My beloved Eagle, in your last letter you spoke so movingly of your torment that I was moved to tears. What is this torment? Why won't you confess to me what is truly troubling you? You must know that I would never despise you, no matter how horrible you believe your sins to be. Please do not write such barbs to my heart by even suggesting such things. If you do not wish to confess to me, at least tell me how I can aid you. I am always your true one, your dove. In this letter, dated November 1886, Elizabeth of Austria thanks Bishop Frank for his assistance in helping her fulfill Ludwig's last wishes. She writes that she knows it was an unusual request, but she believes Ludwig had reasons of his own for wishing it to be done. She hopes that his spirit finds peace at last. No further reference to this letter has ever been found. One can only speculate what the last wishes of a cornered and embattled Ludwig might have been.
What were his last wishes? This place is giving me more questions than answers.
She's beautiful. Elizabeth of Austria. One of Ludwig's few close friends was Empress Elizabeth of Austria. She was a distant cousin of the boy Prince, and he saw her often growing up. Graceful and beautiful, Elizabeth seemed to represent the feminine ideal to the younger Ludwig. Their friendship continued after her marriage, mainly by correspondence. She remained a source of stability for Ludwig throughout his life. In keeping with Ludwig's love of romance and drama, he called her the Dove, and he to her was the Eagle.
Ooh, an extra space.
He looks so regal. Why would he give up all of this pageantry and become a recluse? He looks... Ludwig is Grand Master of the Knights of St. George. The Knights of St. George was an aristocratic society dedicated to the acts of chivalry. Ludwig loved the medieval pageantry of the order in his early years, before his increasing reclusiveness drove him to abandon public appearances. Ludwig, Grand Master of the Knights of St. George. There's gotta be a connection between all this St. George stuff and Gabriel. Looks like it weighs a ton. Ludwig's Grand Master Wardrobe from the Knights of St. George. Richard Wagner. Ludwig's diary. Ludwig kept a diary from 1869 when he was 24 years old until his death. The diary provides a fascinating look into the mind of this tormented man. The original diary is kept in the Royal Archives. A few entries are shown on the opposite wall.
I've got to see that diary.
Yep. Maybe a cutscene with her saying that is gonna make you remember it better.
Even after Wagner's death, Ludwig still showed signs of obsession with the composer. This letter, written in 1882 by Ludwig to the conductor of the Munich Opera, instructs the conductor to make preparations for a new Wagner opera. The conductor went to see the king as instructed. When he arrived, Ludwig was ill and refused to see him. Nothing further was ever heard of this mysterious new opera. Was it a figment of an ill man's desperate wishes?
Oh, I gotta zoom in on him individually.
Ludwig is offered a crown of laurels by the genius of immortal fame.
Hello, I am the genius of immortal fame. What a title.
26 July 1874. By the power of the lily, we shall have the strength to resist all temptations throughout the whole year. 26 July 1875. Solemn oath before the picture of the great king. Refrain for 3 months from all excitement. This oath has its binding power as well as its potency by de par le Roy, LNR, DPLR. What excitement! I need to see more of that diary.
How exciting! Oh, wait, no. That's the same. No.
June 7th, 1886. A group of men arrive at Neuschwanstein Castle demanding to take the king in custody. With them is Dr. Guden, the doctor who had been in charge of Otto, the king's mentally ill brother. The men have an order for the king's arrest on the grounds of insanity. They are refused admittance by a brave group of farmers and local soldiers who have come to Ludwig's aid. They are forced to retreat to nearby Hohenschwangau. This is the first Ludwig hears of the conspiracy. Ludwig composes a pamphlet explaining the subversive acts of the conspirators and eloquently pleading with his people for aid. The pamphlet is smuggled out of Neuschwanstein and printed, but the pamphlets are seized before they can be distributed.
How was my impression? Was it convincing?
June 12, 1886. Ludwig knows the conspirators will return. He despairs. He asks his servant for the keys to the tower. The servant, fearing the king intends suicide, says the key is lost. Unbeknownst to Ludwig, the conspirators arrive at the castle. This time, there is no one to stop them. Ludwig is lured from his bedroom to the entry hall of Neuschwanstein on pretense. There, he is taken into custody. Ludwig is taken by carriage from Neuschwanstein to Berg, where his brother Otto had long been imprisoned. This is a great blow to the king's state of mind. While on the way, the group stops at Sieshaupt to change horses. Ludwig asks to see the postmistress, Frau Vogel. She brings him a glass of water and he says something to her. She never reveals these last words to anyone.
So that's in that cutscene. So we see that happening. Well, pay attention.
June 13th, 1886. At Berg, Ludwig seems cooperative and coherent. Dr. Guden writes to the government that he has Ludwig well under control. The two men go out for a walk, and Dr. Guden is so confident he dismisses the guards. When Ludwig and the doctor do not return after several hours, a search is undertaken. The bodies of the two men are found in the lake, drowned. Circumstances unknown.
Okay, that's not the lake where I want my lake house. I'll take a different lake, thanks.
June 18th, 1886. Ludwig's funeral procession marches through the streets of Munich, followed by enormous crowds of mourners. The service is held at a packed St. Michael's church. Lightning strikes the church during the service, but no one is harmed. Ludwig's body is entombed in the Wittelsbach crypt at St. Michael's. His heart is placed in an urn in the pilgrimage chapel at Altading in the Wittelsbach tradition. The urn is shown to the right. His heart is in an urn. How bizarre.
And so we're going to go there and take his heart or something.
I have no idea what that says. Looks old, though. I have no idea what that says. Looks old, though.
Is that a recycled line from a different part of the game?
Oh my god. That's the sleigh for my dream.
Santa!
Maybe Mrs. Smith will know what my dream meant. I have to ask someone. This thing is getting too weird. The midnight sleigh rides. Ludwig went on long sleigh rides in the middle of the night, particularly in his later years. It is said that he suffered from insomnia, headaches, and toothaches, and the rides soothed his restlessness. The sight of the king's grand sleigh speeding through the countryside of the Alps often startled the peasants and became a superstitious omen of ill fortune. I can see why. But what was he doing out there at night?
Rescuing foolish Asian women.
December 14th, 1881, Linderhof. Order another work by Jennings on the occult. Write urgently to Klug, saying that I insist that the stoppages by the bank cease. I want it, and therefore it must be done. Write very urgently. He must succeed at once, and then must report to me urgently. If I give orders to clear my room, doing so must not be postponed as it happened. Pencils must be pointed without special orders. The day after tomorrow, 1,000 marks. How is Louis now? I want to know whether he looks unhappy. How often have I said that the coffee must not come up boiling hot, so that it can only be drunk after standing an hour? If any more correspondence come from Louis, they are to be burnt immediately, but I am to be informed of their arrival.
See, okay, I'm confused. You got 2 letters but 3 plaques? I don't know. Oh, no, okay, this is not a translation.
These are actual notes from Ludwig to his servants. They go far in showing the king's state of mind. They were smuggled out and used as evidence in compiling the order for Ludwig's arrest.
Was incest used as evidence for his arrest?
December 18th, 1881, Linderhof. Every day get up earlier for certain. See to that very particularly. Write it down. Remember that when the great friend arrives at Neuschwanstein, we retire to the hall. We are not to be disturbed. I will not tolerate interference or insubordination.
Oh, look at my score.
Ludwig's death mask. Wow.
That's what I said the target was.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Im Museum ist einen Brief von Ludwig über eine neue Wagneroper.
Ja, ja, ich kenne diesen Brief.
Wo kann ich mehr von dieser Wagneroper sehen?
Ja, ich weiß nichts über Wagner. Das hier ist kein Wagner-Museum.
Ja, ich weiß.
In Bayreuth befindet sich ein Wagner-Museum. Versuchen Sie es halt doch, ne?
Bayreuth. Danke.
There's more points, but it's the 15 points for looking at the exhibits specifically.
Ludwigs Tagebuch im Museum?
Ja.
Wo kann ich Ludwigs Tagebuch hier anschauen?
Die Tagebücher sind ganz persönlich. Die sind in den königlichen Archiven. Niemand darf die lesen. Aber nein, niemand darf die lesen.
Danke.
Danke. All right.
Ludwig is Prince Charming. He played the part well.
He could have had any woman, and he picked his cousin. Me? I need to... Am I being called out for my... This thing's supposed to have a compressor. It shouldn't bother you guys. No. All right. I'm going to be right back. Got to take another break. Give me a few minutes. I shall return shortly. All right. Let's get back at this. Okay, so these are out. So let's go here. Yep. I'm just gonna save. There we go. Let's do more exhibits. Actually, I gotta look up frickin' okay, it's 5. Only 5 points at the Wagner Museum.
Grüß Gott.
Guten Tag. Ist das die Wagner Museum?
Yeah, you're an American, aren't you? I'm afraid the house is closed this time of year. It will be open next month.
Crap.
You are interested in Wagner?
Very interested. Very recently very interested.
Yeah. Most of the house is closed for cleaning, but a few rooms are open. I shouldn't let you probably, but if it is only you, you are alone, aren't you?
Endlessly.
Come in and look over.
That's very generous. What do I owe you?
Georg Immerding. It's only a few displays. Besides, I wouldn't be much of a shining knight if I charged you.
Thanks, Georg. My name is Grace.
Hello. Have a good time.
And I'm gonna run off with some precious artifact. Let's just run off with one of these.
Richard Wagner. Franz Liszt. Franz Liszt, composer and Cosima Wagner's father. Wagner's piano. On this piano, the maestro composed his later operas, including The Ring.
Go this way. No, I went this way last time. Let's start this way then.
An old sofa.
Oh. It opens without you clicking
death
this.
Of Wagner.
Huh.
On Ash Wednesday, 1883,
Yeah, we're going
Wagner
backwards.
suffered a heart attack in a Venetian gondola on the way to Saint Michel. His wife and the gondolier carried him into a church where he regained consciousness. Wagner died 4 days later on this sofa.
Okay. Either I'm paying too much attention or my memory's just all mixed up. It's probably the latter. But I thought there was something in the other museum about Ludwig writing a letter about after Wagner's death, but he wrote it in 1882. I don't know. Maybe he had the heart attack after he died. I don't know.
Wagner's death mask. It looks rather simple considering the grandiose stuff Wagner composed here. It looks like an architectural drawing of a theater, the Wittelsbacher Theater, München. Every square inch is measured. It looks like an architectural... It's a letter from a Monsieur Beaujolais, dated September 1881. Looks like he's discussing acoustics and sound waves, and crystals. Wasn't Wagner's Bayreuth Theater already built? Why would Wagner be worrying about acoustics? Wagner's desk, exactly as it was on the day he died. It looked
Oh, you go this way. Okay.
the great patron himself.
Again.
Ludwig as the classical Greek hero. A portrait given as a gift from Ludwig to Wagner. June 10th, 1881, Munich residence. Great friend. I am writing to you in the middle of the night. My blood is pounding too wildly for sleep. Tonight's performance, how can I describe it? I am unsure whether to be terrified or thrilled. Perhaps I even feel hopeful. If it is hope, you have given it to me, my friend, for the first time in years. We must speak. Something happened during the music tonight, but I must have your absolute confidence. As you love me, come at once. Your devoted king, Ludwig.
That's already 5 points. I don't know.
July 1882. Great and beloved king, Monsieur Beaujolais and I have finished the diagram. We checked the figures many times, and Monsieur is confident that it will work. 8 identical fixtures are to be made from the diagram and placed in the theater exactly as specified. I'm sending the diagram with your courier. Be full of hope and have courage. All will be well. Your own, Wagner. Ludwig's death mask.
Again, there's 2 of them. Why does he get 2 of them?
This must be a model of Wagner's own theater, here in Bayreuth. This must... Opera costumes. Opera... These look like production designs. I don't see anything that looks like those wolf paintings in Neuschwanstein, though.
That's interesting. No, it's not. I was gonna say, is it interesting we could have gone here first, but maybe not. Maybe we had to be here first. We had to see the other one first.
These look like production designs. I don't see anything that looks like those wolf paintings in Neuschwanstein, though.
Hey, Dronin. All right. Well, what do you know? 5 points. Never mind. That is what we got. Okay.
Wagner souvenirs. Don't think I need any of those.
Yeah, but do you want them?
Wagner souvenir.
What's that book in the case?
Cosima Wagner's journal. It's locked up for preservation.
Huh.
Cosima was Wagner's wife, I think. She probably just talks about him in her journal.
So we just left the door open?
What are you doing here if the museum is closed?
They always like to have a caretaker here. It's a good job for me. I can soak in the atmosphere of the maestro while I compose.
What are you composing?
This? Oh, a new arrangement. One of Wagner's pieces.
For the Bayreuth Opera?
No. I am only a student at the university. I study music, composition, conducting.
Is there much of a call for conductors in Europe?
Ask my brother. He is the conductor for the Munich Opera.
Well, that's convenient. Does that mean you get free opera tickets?
Yes. I get a week's pass to the Opernfestspiele, the opera festival in Munich. It starts in a few months.
Hope I'm still around to see it.
Come with me if you like. If you're still around, I can go backstage and all sorts of things.
I'd love that. If I'm still in Germany, I'll call you, all right?
Yeah, good.
Poor Sap is getting the wrong signals here.
Tell me about Wagner.
He was a character. He spent most of his life trying to convince rich patrons to subsidize his work. Unfortunately, he had expensive tastes. You see, he believed that someone of his genius deserved to live well. Can't argue with that.
But Ludwig II supported him, didn't he?
Yeah, sure, but Ludwig came along very late in Wagner's life. By then, he had already been run out of Venice and most major cities because of debt. Ludwig saved him. And the music. Best thing Ludwig ever did.
Do you know anything about that letter from Wagner to Ludwig in the display case? The one about the diagram?
Ah, no. Some sort of equipment for Ludwig's theater. But I don't know why Wagner would have cared about this. If he was worried about any theater, you would think it would have been his own theater, here, in Bayreuth.
Have you ever heard about the letter that Ludwig wrote to the Munich conductor in 1882 telling him to prepare for a new Wagner opera?
You're full of surprises for an American.
What do you know about it?
No one knows anything about it. It's like a treasure map, you know? It's probably a complete fairy tale, but it does make you wonder.
You have no idea what it could have referred to? Maybe something that Wagner was working on with Ludwig?
If there was, there's no trace of it. Except perhaps in the dreams of unemployed music students.
Have you ever heard about the wolf panels in the Singers' Hall at Neuschwanstein?
Did my brother send you here?
No.
Probably not. It's only the letter to the conductor, the wolf panels. Oh, my brother thinks I am crazy because of all my theories.
What theories?
This is Quatsch. If there was a lost opera, a lost Wagner opera, and if one could find it, to a conductor, this would be like finding King Tut's tomb. But people have looked for it before. If it ever existed, it is gone forever. My brother says I waste my time even thinking about it.
I'm curious. Is there any other information that points to the lost opera besides Ludwig's letter and the wolf panels?
It's nothing. I'm not even supposed to have seen it. You see, my brother says that Wagner was too egotistical to have produced a lost opera. If he was working on something new, every person in Bayreuth would have heard about it. On the other hand, it was in Ludwig's character to have wanted a private opera.
But it wouldn't have been private. Ludwig's letter shows he intended it to be played in Munich.
Yes, but that it would get so far without Wagner telling others? Why keep it a secret?
Maybe there was a very good reason for secrecy.
For example?
Like...
Werewolf.
Never mind.
It always comes back to that.
I don't have anything to ask Georg about at the moment.
All right, so might be it right now. Let's go ahead and save it again. Make the rounds. This flowery BS.
Hi, did you have a good time?
Uh-huh. Anything new?
Yes, you had a phone call.
Really?
A man named Professor Barkley. He said you had his number.
I do. Thanks.
But before I go,
Gerda?
Yes.
Have you heard from Gabriel at all?
No, Grace, I'm sorry.
Never mind.
I don't have anything to ask Gerda.
how does that work? What do you mean it's lost and performed? All right, Sawyer, see you in a little bit.
Nothing else I can use in the... I'm not... There's nothing... I'll write to Gabriel. Soon as I have enough info to blow his little investigation out of the water.
I think we take the Barclay card on there.
Hello?
Hi, Professor Barkley. It's Grace.
Oh, good. I have a name for you. It's Herr Josef Dahlmeier, and he specializes in Bavarian history, and I think he's somewhere near where you are.
Herr Josef Dahlmeier. Great, got a number?
Yeah, I do. It's 4982-555-2234.
Thanks a lot. Sorry about the bother.
That's no bother. When are you coming back to school, Gracie?
When I figure it out, I'll let you know.
Well, be good.
All right. Professor Barkley's Ludwig contact.
It's unfortunate that they standardized the 555. It kind of takes you out, you know, if it was something a little more random sounding, but I guess that's all taken except for 555, so it's understandable. She put it away like a good adventure game protagonist so she could draw it out again right there in the same spot. Oh, the painting.
Hallo?
Hallo, sind Sie Herr Josef Dahlmeier?
Yeah, you must be Grace Nakamura, the American history student.
Yes.
I hear you're interested in Ludwig II.
Very.
Good. There's something I want to show you. Drive to Berg on Starnberger See. Meet me at the Memorial Chapel.
All right, thank you.
Oh, wait, was there anything you wanted me to look into before we meet?
Well, I was hoping you knew something about someone called the Black Wolf. He was a contemporary of Ludwig's. He lived in Prussia, I think, and he was well connected.
Never heard of him, but I'll check. See you there.
Thanks. Bye.
I think the first time I played this, I got that number and then didn't follow it. I got distracted with something, and then I got stuck here when it's a very natural continuation right there. So actually, I take what I said back. That when Grace took the phone number and put it away, I think we went on a full adventure of getting stuck everywhere, and then we came back and called the number. So it actually is relevant. No, I know the justification for the 555. I'm just saying it's unfortunate that that's the one that they went with, right? As opposed to some other, like, what's in the corner right now? Like 328. I know that there are going to be numbers taken up, but imagine if 328 could have been reserved and all movie phone numbers started with 328 and no real phone numbers started with 328. It would sound more natural with that understanding. It's too bad we couldn't do it. Obviously, you know, it is what it is. Because they had to patch it up after that Tommy Two-Tone debacle. No, sorry. In fact, it's a long chapter. I hope we can get to chapter 5. It's way more interesting. What did I say? 380 is the target score, though, for chapter 4? Ain't a case.
It's a memorial chapel. It's a...
This is where he died. You must be Grace. Herr Dahlmeier.
Hello.
Josef. I didn't mean to startle you.
Yeah, it's quite a greeting.
I wanted you to see it.
This is where people go to die.
I feel him here the most, you know, more than at the castle. So, what did you want to know?
There's a lot here. Nothing, Donka.
This is where they found Ludwig's body.
Well, I guess that's all for now. Thanks for your help.
It's my pleasure. And if you ever want to talk again, just give me a call. I'll meet you down.
I will. Thanks.
Servus.
Bye.
Oh, I have to like go call him and stuff. So maybe that wasn't smart. Oops. Actually, maybe let's do that. No. Let's actually do it. I actually want to call because it's like that thing before. Remember at the lodge where you just kind of nod at Griswold Good Soup and he just kind of smiles back and nothing happens, and nobody ever sees that scene. It's so easy to just exhaust the dialogue choices and you'll never see it because you never need to call him.
This is where he died. You must be Grace. Herr Dahlmeier.
Hello.
Josef. I didn't mean to startle you.
Well, you did. Now we're off on the wrong foot.
I feel him here the most, you know, more than at the castle. So, what did you want to know?
Okay.
Well, I guess that's all for now. Thanks for your help.
It's my pleasure. And if you ever want to talk again, just give me a call. I'll meet you down.
I will. Thanks.
Servus.
Bye.
Hi, Gerda. I'm back.
Good.
Hi. I'll never get over that. Yeah.
Hello?
Hi, this is Grace Nakamura. Can I meet you at the cross again?
Sure. I'll meet you there in a little bit.
Thanks. Bye.
There you go.
I already have an appointment with Herr Dahlmeier.
Yeah, Lauren knows. So I thought you would appreciate the Bernie Sanders clip more than anyone, even though you're not American. What am I doing? Yeah. Just like hanging on to these weird grudges and stuff. No, I'm not going to play it again. If you missed it, you missed it. I mean, I'll play it again, but not right now. I didn't know either, but it was just logic, Fantasy Dreamer. Oh, but you can, Lauren. Better than any of us.
I'm okay.
Well, what can I do for you today?
Oh, that's a different claim. I'd love to try, even if I'm resigned to never understanding.
Professor Barclay says your hobby is Ludwig.
Yes. He was the last real king that Bavaria had. As a Bavarian and a history buff, well, that's enough to hook me right there.
But there's more, right?
He was a romantic, you know. A dreamer. And he was misunderstood, maligned.
Sounds like you can relate.
Me? Hell, I have it easy. At least I live in the 1990s. And not every eye in the country is on me. But yes, I can relate.
Yeah, we were talking about that last time. Living in the 1990s. Moss, where are you? Are you there still? You haven't said anything in a while if you are.
Tell me about Ludwig.
I don't know where to start. There's so much. Politically, the most significant thing about Ludwig II was that he signed over independent Bavarian statehood to Prussia in 1870. Bavaria became a part of United Germany, and Ludwig became a figurehead prince under the Prussian Kaiser.
Why do you think he did that?
Bavaria had been involved in the 100 Years' War. People were tired of fighting. Prussia's push to unite the German states made some amount of sense. Still, Ludwig must have had other options. At the very least, he should have negotiated better terms.
So what was the real reason?
He was manipulated by Bismarck. At least that's what I think, anyway.
What about Ludwig personally?
You'll find two perspectives on Ludwig. The view the tourists get is the romantic ideal, Ludwig the tormented loner. Then there is the historian's point of view. Ludwig was plagued with guilt over his sexual orientation and was driven mad with self-loathing.
But I take it you're not buying either point of view.
Well, it's all too convenient, isn't it? That he was a devout Catholic, there is no question, and I'm sure there were pressures on him to be normal. But he was no prude. He loved Byron. Yes. Philosophy, the French court. If anything, Ludwig was too much an egomaniac. He didn't give a damn what anyone thought. And besides, he didn't try to hide any of his relationships. If he suffered from anything in his romantic life, it was disillusionment. No one loved him back as purely as he himself loved.
Well, if it wasn't sexual guilt that tormented him, what was it?
He should have sexual guilt.
No. His diary was filled with self-guilt, but I'm sure it's not about that. If I knew, I'd write my own book, set the record straight, so to speak.
So it's actually interesting you say that, Lauren, because Gabriel has had that exact sentiment. What the hell is this Ludwig stuff? Oh, this is I don't have time for this historical stuff. Actually, Gabriel ships a Ludwig book to Gabriel, and he won't read it. You try to click the words to have him read it out loud. He won't do it. He just says, "I don't have time for this historical stuff." So it's kind of funny. I think it's another bloodline. So yeah, we'll just let them stare at each other over the lake. Well, now that you're saying it, I'm trying to think because there's Von Glover. This is part of the research that she did in chapter 2. There's the Von Rollick, but it's not. But Ludwig was just in bed with his cousin, so that doesn't add up, actually. So I don't think that's the trail. Stream crashed. I wasn't explaining. I was sitting here thinking and staring off into the abyss, actually, because I'm trying to work it out. I realized I don't know. There's the Von Glover guy that Gabriel's hanging out with. And we think he's a werewolf. And then there's Ludwig, this ruler from whenever. And I guess is there a blood relation? Is he a product of werewolf incest? Now I'm confused. No chimkin. No pizza. Hot savory. Hunting accident. Dick Cheney shot his friend in the face. Remember that?
You know about Ludwig's diary, right?
Of course.
How can I get my hands on it?
I'm sorry. I have been trying myself for 5 years. They keep it locked up tight in the Royal Archives, and they don't let it out. They must think it contains things that will hurt his image.
They won't let anyone see it, not ever?
Only one person outside of the government ever got to see it, a biographer, Sir Richmond Chapel. He had friends among the German royals, and they let him look at it.
Did you ever try to contact Chapel? Pick his brain?
No, and I don't believe I never thought of that. If you do and you find out anything, you must share.
It's a promise.
So anyway, there's like bloodlines of werewolves. Just think of it like that, Lauren. Then, I think that this old Ludwig ruler was a werewolf, and a werewolf is killing people now. Gabriel's investigating what's going on now. Grace is investigating what went on in the past, and they're trying to kind of connect the bloodlines and the history. Something about drawing out a werewolf through Wagner's opera, stuff like that. Oh, he is that old? Okay. I knew he was older than he looked, but I didn't think he went back that far. But because there was Von Rollick. That's the part where I was confused. Is it barbecue? Dang. It better involve some kind of meat. We're not all moss.
Have you read anything about Ludwig's midnight sleigh rides?
Oh, would that have been something? To be out at night and suddenly see him sweep by with his entourage? They say the night agitated Ludwig, and that being outdoors and the rushing feeling of the sleigh calmed him down. Sometimes even the sleigh wasn't enough. He would stop in some remote woods, order his servants to stay put, and go wandering off by himself for hours. It drove the servants crazy.
Night out run. I don't know. Today's Saturday, right? Like, you're supposed to have fun food on Saturday. Healthy food is for during the week.
Tell me about Bismarck.
Oh, Bismarck. He was the Prussian Kaiser's chancellor. Not a nice man. Bismarck had a reputation for learning people's weaknesses and manipulating them. It's a matter of record that he had spies on Ludwig's staff. He may even have had a henchman even closer to the king. And he was involved in the conspiracy to declare Ludwig insane.
It's got to be just like Five Guys or some equivalent burger joint. That's about all I have left. I don't know. Think anything? Is it Five Guys or something? Is it exactly the Five Guys or is it like something close to that? Bam. Wow.
Did you find out anything about the Black Wolf?
I did. I'd read about him before, but I hadn't realized that was who you were talking about. His name was Godin, Paul Godin. I found a reference to his being called the Black Wolf after you telephoned.
I've never heard of him. Who was he?
Godin lived on the fringes of the Prussian court. He was handsome, charming, dangerous, or so they say. He was variously rumored to have been a foreign prince, a Prussian spy, even an assassin. Since you were interested in him, I found out some things that are probably true. It said he came from abroad in the mid-1800s, but claimed high German blood.
Do you know where he came from?
No. And he was ruthlessly ambitious. He probably found out who held the power, Bismarck, and offered his services. Bismarck was a good judge of talent, of that sort anyway.
So, do you prefer the regular fries or the Cajun fries? Or if you get fries at all? I mean, they got a lot of stuff. They got burgers, dogs, fries, and shakes, which, you know, if you really want to go all out with that, you know, you could justify that to yourself. If you're like super healthy, you could be like those competitive eaters that are just really healthy during the week. And then you can have all of that and it won't even like hurt you. It's amazing. I haven't done that, but yeah, they are the same price. Yeah, so it's just pure preference. It's actually interesting. I didn't care for the Cajun fries. I tend to like spicy, but I think just the flavor itself didn't do it for me. So I get regular. I like how I guessed the restaurant, not just the type of meal. All right, let's keep asking about Black Wolf.
What else do you know about Godin?
He must have done something remarkable. Bismarck was not a generous man. He liked to string people along with promises, but rarely came through. He did for Godin, though. He gave him a royal title and lands in 1863. And that was the last reference I found to him.
Well, how could he just disappear?
It's not that unusual. Back then, when you were given a title, you usually changed your name and moved to a place where no one knew your past, so you could act with impunity, or be a pompous ass and get away with it.
I really want Lauren to explain female dynamics to me. I think that'd be really interesting.
Is there any way to find out what Godin was called after he got his title?
Is it that critical?
It might be.
Well, you could send away for a copy of the entitlement deed, assuming it has been destroyed during one of the wars. Godin's new name would be on it. But you would need a research permit from the government to access those records, and they can be very hard to get. A lot of red tape.
Great.
Well, they're not that far away, right?
What do you know about Ludwig's hunting accident?
A couple of years ago, I was introduced to this great old man, a real old world farmer. Well, his grandfather was Richard Horning, Ludwig's equestrian. Oh, he told some great Ludwig stories. Sometimes I get lucky. Anyway, he said that after the hunting accident, Ludwig got terribly ill, that he had a fever and was acting crazy. They were afraid that the wolf had been carrying a disease or that the bite had gone septic.
A wolf bit him?
Yeah, it's not so unusual. There were a lot of wolves in the Alps back then. The servants were really worried, but Ludwig recovered, physically anyway. Horning's grandfather said it was the fever that broke Ludwig's mind, that he was worse than ever after that.
Okay, and that's something we know happens later to Gabriel, right? Okay.
What do you mean Ludwig got worse after the accident?
Ludwig always had been a very private person. But after the accident, he got darker, more crazy. Towards the end, he was even forcing his servants to enter his chambers bent over so they couldn't see his face. Horning's grandfather said his temper was fearsome. He would fly into a rage at the least mistake.
Must have been terrified of him.
Yes, well. Horning's grandfather felt sorry for Ludwig, and Ludwig hated his own violence. He was always giving gifts to his servants to apologize.
You mentioned that there were other reasons why Ludwig's servants feared him.
Ah, that's another of Horning's mysteries. There's a story about Neuschwanstein. Apparently, there was a period of time of 2 or 3 months when Wagner would come and visit him
Wagner?
there. Yeah. The two would lock themselves in the singers' hall. Horning's grandfather said the sounds that came from there were awful. Well, the servants had superstitious minds anyway. Some of them quit over it, just walked away.
What kind of sounds?
Horning's grandfather called them heartbreaking and ungodly. Maybe it was Wagner trying to sing.
Some ungodly
Well, I
S
guess that's all
sounds.
for now. Thanks for your help.
It's my pleasure. And if you ever want to talk again, just give me a call. I'll meet you down.
I will. Thanks.
Servus.
Well, bye. This is where they found Ludwig's body. This.
Hmm.
I wonder what kind of flowers these are.
Ugh. They said they'd stay. Can you bring him down here?
Herr Huber?
Yes?
Okay. I'm gonna have to do this. I'm tired of this. I'm gonna bring that down. I found this. Oh, now my mouse is doing something stupid. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna pull. Yeah, very briefly. All right, this is Monkey Island, and I'm gonna pull this up. I'm tired of saying this without anyone recognizing this. Well, you can see it there. Okay, I can't be perfect with this, but right there, this dude.
I'd like a drink, please.
Coming right up.
See?
Tell me that whole ring story again.
My dead great-aunt's fiancé stole the diamond and sold it to smugglers on Skull Island. She wore the engagement band until the day she died, and she remains buried in the Goodsoup family crypt, dead of a broken heart.
You guys just hate monkeys, and that's why you don't want to try this fantastic series?
How can I get out to Skull Island?
Well, there used to be a regular ferry out to Skull Island, but he was lost to sea when the lighthouse broke. He never was a very strong navigator.
How's business?
Now that the volcano's erupting again, the reservations are just pouring in.
I'm off to explore the rustic charms of Blood Island.
All right. Anyway. So there you go. That's who I'm always thinking about. And now it's like he's actually here in the flesh as, you know, running the friggin' tavern.
Are the Smiths in
It's
their
kind of
room?
bizarre.
Yeah, I believe so.
Could you ask them to come down, please?
Ja, natürlich.
Now you just tell Merle what's going on.
Yeah, he's always been this cartoon tavern owner guy, and then he has the exact same role in an FMV game.
I had a dream last night. I didn't remember it at first, but I saw something today at one of the museums.
What was the dream?
I was being chased in the woods by wolves. And I saw a sleigh. Ludwig was inside. He pulled me up, and I thought I was safe. But then he turned into a wolf.
So what do you think, Mother?
A dream of rescue is a spiritual guide dream. The High Priestess in Gabriel's cards must be linked to Ludwig somehow.
What do the wolves represent?
I'm a psychic, dear, not Freud. But the warning I got was about the black wolf, wasn't it? And the wolves in the dream. It must be the same danger.
It's so frustrating. The more I find out, the more questions I have.
Why don't you try a little communicating of your own? Ludwig's the link. Appeal to him. The answers may not come right away, but at least you'll give the guide something specific to say the next time she contacts you.
Isn't there any way that you could, you know, do a psychic reading on Ludwig or something?
To tell you the truth, I've been trying all day to make contact, but I only feel great despair. Ludwig's soul is not at peace.
I'd better go.
Anytime you need us, stop by.
And be careful now.
Thanks.
So now here's the other thing about voice acting. I mean, I never looked up the credits. I assumed this is the same guy. Maybe I'm associating the roles, but that voice sounds the same in both games. It's such a similar role in such a similar genre and such a distinct voice. I assume they're the same guy. However, this is not always the case. Okay? So Wadjet games. So there's a protagonist in Resonance, the cop, I think. It's been so many years since I played these games. But the cop in Resonance has a very distinct voice. And then you play, I think it's Gemini Rue. I think it's Gemini Rue, which is also a Wadjet game. And one of the characters there has the exact same voice. It's like, well, distinct voice, sounds the same indie brand of adventure games, whatever. This is clearly the same person, and it's not. They're actually two different people that sound the same. So that taught me an interesting lesson. So maybe I shouldn't assume. I don't know. I mean, I could look at the credits, but I'm busy. I don't know. I'd have to pull up the credits on both games. I've just been so certain of like that's the same guy. Come on. But that was before I played, because this was like 2010 or whatever. It's like, oh, the Monkey Island guy. I don't know. So that was before I learned the hard lesson. Oh, I guess I crossed the halfway mark. Just looked up and noticed that.
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment. I don't have anything else to say to the Smiths right now.
They are the same guy. Yeah, I'm a little bit shell-shocked from that. I always remember the thing from Wajidai. Appreciate it, though, Electric. That's not ready. I have a feeling we don't have anything more to do in the church.
Those look better. Gerda must have really loved Wolfgang. Gerda.
All right.
A ticket to the Ludwig Museum.
Pretty far into this chapter now. We don't need to talk to Barclay anymore, pretty sure. I don't know. I gotta be right back. Time for another break. I shall return shortly. All right.
Hi, Gerda. I'm back.
Good.
Gerda,
Yes?
Gerda, do you have any idea where I could get a government research permit? I don't have time for a lot of red tape.
You should ask Herr Übergrau. He can maybe get such things very fast.
You think? I was gonna write Gabriel today anyway.
Government is red tape. You just rename it. The Institution of Red Tape. I like it. It is alphabetically adjacent to IRS. So, which is the financial anal probe to make sure that these institutions are well funded enough to prevent you from doing anything. Oh, I think I can just do
I should
this.
get a letter off to Gabriel. I need to include a note to Übergrau about the research permit. My letter to the great detective.
It's kind of interesting, you write a letter and you don't, as the player, you don't find out what it says until the next chapter when the other character opens it. It's a dynamic that is not relevant anymore. It's like, you go back far enough, you don't need to write letters because everyone you knew was just in your tribe. They were just right there. And now that we're all digitally connected, it's like we're going back to that period, just now technology overcomes arbitrary distances. So in a way, it's actually like a reversion socially. Let's watch her just walk off the screen. Were you here? Were you guys here when I found this bug earlier where you can just watch your character just wander off the screen?
Grüß Gott, Frau Nakimura.
Grüß Gott. Haben Sie etwas für mich?
Nein, leider nicht. Brauchen Sie noch etwas?
My German isn't good enough for chit-chat.
I wish there was an interaction. This isn't Monkey Island, I guess, but I wish there was one where, you know, she hits the bell again with her standing right there. Stop playing with the bell.
Kann ich diesen Brief versenden?
Ja, 3 Mark bitte.
My German isn't...
Nein, danke.
Okay. Grüß Gott, Frau Nakimura.
Grüß Gott. Haben Sie etwas für mich?
Nein, leider nicht. Brauchen Sie noch etwas?
Just offer money.
She hasn't asked me for money. She hasn't asked me for money.
I am forcing it upon you. Shut up and take my money.
Kann ich diesen Brief versenden?
Ja, 3 Mark bitte.
It's a puzzle.
Dankeschön.
Bitte sehr. Brauchen Sie noch etwas?
My German isn't... My Ger...
Danke.
Bitte.
Schloss Ritter, birthplace of Gabriel's genetic code.
You gotta get your own generator and collect rainwater, that kind of thing. All right, but then you want internet, and then you kind of like Uber Eats or whatever, right? And then before you know it, you're just back in the city. Is that right, Sawyer? I thought I heard the old correct, and then somebody said that was debunked or something. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know the origin. I'm not claiming anything strongly, but my memory just served that saying that one wasn't right, but I don't know. Well, you need power and water from somewhere, or maybe you don't, but you say you do want. Are you connecting to the grid then? I mean, if you really want that simple independence, that's what you want. You want your generator and you want... Right? You generate your own electricity, you gather your own water. Have your own septic tank, unless you just want to shit in the woods, I guess, but you do want to connect to everything. Oh, if it's correct, I don't know. Wait, no. I don't want to be in here. I don't think I want to be in here. Oh, wait a minute. Did I check this after sending the letter? No. Okay, this is the part that gets dicey.
I don't have anything to ask Georg about at the moment.
I think the end of the chapter is here. We're all just kids just memeing it up in the times that we live in, huh? That's kind of what we learn.
I don't have There's... I'm not sure. Who should I don't know who else to write. I don't have anything to talk to Herr Dahlmeier about at the moment. I don't want to bother Professor Barclay again. I don't have... At least I... I wonder what it felt like under there.
Such a stupid part of the game.
This is where they found Ludwig's... This is...
Yeah. What was it? Do you remember what it was? I don't... Even when it happened, I wasn't sure what I did.
It's a memorial. It's a memorial.
Well, I thought you throw the the lily onto the lake. You throw the lake onto the lily, one or the other.
what kind of...
Let's look. This is horrible. Yeah, this is one of the toughest things to see in the game. This is really obscure.
Hi, Gerda. I'm back. Good.
How you doing, Lauren? Are you still there? Hmm. We're gonna have to plan for your 3 a.m. 2-bottle rant. I'm curious now. It's this thing. That there's a freaking wait, that's the same number.
Ludwig remained throughout in his youth
No.
a hunting...
It's the same number. Right? Maybe the first numbers aren't the same. But 5552234?
Hallo, Bertel München.
Hi, I have a book of yours on Ludwig II. The author's name is Sir Richmond Chapel.
Yes, how can I help you?
Well, I'm doing some research on Ludwig, and I was hoping you could get me in contact with the author.
I'm afraid Sir Richmond Chapel is deceased.
Well, that's a problem.
However, his son is living.
Oh, well, is there any way you can put me in touch with him?
And who are you doing this research for?
Well, I'm working with Professor Barkley from Yale University.
All right. Thomas Chapel's number in England is 41 20 555 771.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Bye.
Okay, so that I think was actually it. 4982. I want to say this was 4182. Yeah. It's that second digit right there. That's the only difference between those two numbers. Ugh.
Sir Richmond Chapel's son.
Okay, I thought... Is that missing a number? No, I love women. I love all women. I love my mother, Chico. If I don't say that right, then it's my fault if you don't recognize where that's from.
residence.
Hi, my name is Grace Nakamura. I'm calling from Rittersburg, Germany. Is Thomas Chappell there, please?
Speaking. What may I do for you, Miss Nakamura?
This is gonna sound crazy, but I have a copy of your father's biography on Ludwig II. I understand he had access to Ludwig's diary.
Yes.
Well, I'm not even sure. He didn't make a copy of it or anything, did he? Or perhaps he took good notes?
He wrote down a complete translation in English. He said he couldn't make headway with the German version. Ludwig's handwriting was rather brogue, you know.
He wrote down an English translation. Do you still have it?
Well, unfortunately, my father was allowed to see the diary only on the grounds that he wouldn't publish the entire work. I can't let you see it. Have you tried contacting the National Archive?
No, I don't have the kinds of connections your father did, or the time.
That's unfortunate, but I really cannot let it out of my hands.
I understand. It was just a shot in the dark.
Very well. The best of luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell.
So Ludwig has to learn that I did my best.
Who should I call? I don't...
So 352. I really hope I'm not missing anything. But no, I want the rant so that I can learn about women and what they think of each other. Is it the Al Bundy line about women know women and they all hate each other? Because with them, it's just like everything's all personal and you end up holding grudges and stuff like that. Remember we were talking last time about like you know, the way men deal with issues. We got men like a good strong handshake. And we talked about that for a while, which by the way, that was kind of weird. There's an old Joe Rogan clip going around Twitter, which it's absolutely bizarre that it like went around like the day after I was talking about that very topic. But the reason why we do that is to kind of balance the forces. Like, you know, men, we kind of, everything is like force meets force, and a strong handshake where you meet in the middle is kind of where it's supposed to be, but it's kind of a dominance thing too. There's like a complicated thing there. But the way women are, it's like since they don't have that same sort of pressure release, they just kind of bottle everything up in like these weird personal terms that I don't really understand.
I wonder what it felt like.
Oh, I'm in the wrong place. I don't like handshakes. Well, it's not necessary for women. You're all like, hi, and then behind the scenes, you're a bitch, you know, and you have just these weird personal grudge things where nobody's honest with anybody. Men, we like simple conflict resolution. There's an issue, fight it out, resolve it.
Gibt's das denn die Lilienblühen schon?
Sehr schön.
Ja, aber es ist doch noch so kalt.
It's that phone call.
Für Sie ein Geschenk von der Madonna.
Oh no.
Nehmen Sie sie ruhig. Heute Nacht wird es kalt und sie wird sowieso erfrieren.
Thank you.
Father Getz said the lily was a gift from the Madonna. That's an odd way of looking at it.
Oh, I thought he was telling me to give it to the Madonna. I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna do that. Stupid game. Not the car keys. So how do you prefer to greet people, Lauren?
I'm trying to figure out what you want me to do. But I need more information to work with. If you can send any my way, I'd appreciate it.
Well, you need to work on that. This is a spooky game right here.
I hope I'm not losing my mind. I hope I'm... This is where they found Ludwig's body. This is...
We're finally getting close to the end of chapter 4. I'll probably do like... I try to end streams at like a clean break in a chapter, but what I might do if I'm up for it is do like maybe the first half of chapter 5 before we go to the hunting lodge or something. And then we can do the hunting lodge stuff plus chapter 6 next time, maybe? I don't know. See, there you go. Okay, so we're done here, actually. I personally kind of wanted to play Shivers too. I don't know how anyone feels about that though. Versus like Phantasmagoria or Phantasmagoria 2. I don't know.
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment.
See, by the way, here we go. If I pull up if I pull up the inventory, she keeps walking, she goes off the screen. That's the bug. So she's way over there off the screen and I'm over here. I mean, Soma, maybe. I feel like I was kind of blitzed. Because I think I tried it during a sub hangout and I was already drunk. I don't know. Does it have to be an October game, though?
It was nice of Father Getz to give me one of the lilies.
It was nice of the Madonna to give you one of those. But is October only for horror games? That's the issue I have.
Hi. You just had a phone call. It was Frau Gelder at the post office. She said a fax came in for you there.
Really? I wonder what it was.
Maybe it's from Gabriel.
Don't hold your breath.
I don't have anything to ask Gerda right now.
Hallo, Frau Gelder. Haben Sie etwas für mich?
Ja, ein Fax. Ein sehr langes Fax.
Ein Fax.
Das ist aber nicht vom Schattenjäger.
Ooh, green screen issues. Did you see that?
Thomas Chapel. Oh.
Did you see that? The green screen showed through the paper. Oh, Chapel. It seems I've had a change of heart. Please keep these on the strictest confidence.
11th June 1872. Louis has convinced me to think matters through more thoroughly before I act. A trip it shall be then, to Shahin. It shall not alter my purpose, I feel, nor shall his compelling. The treaty is the ruin of my beloved Bavaria, and must be taken to task.
Ugh. One more drink. I'm drinking this too fast. Not quite like too fast where I'm completely sloshed yet, but I'll probably get there. Although I don't actually have that much whiskey left, but I just, when this is empty, I feel like I gotta deal with that. So I'll be right back.
(11th, 3rd July, 1872). The pain gets so bad I cannot hold a pen to write, but the horror is far worse than the pain. He says it was an accident, says that we can truly be one now, that it is a great adventure. I believe him 1 minute, and the next I can feel the flames of hell upon my heels. May God have mercy on my soul. 5th January, 1874. By the power of Mary, Mother of God, I swear to refrain from the ultimate sin and to remain steadfast in my flesh. Sworn by the power of the lily, Eleanor. August 30th, 1879. I will not falter, but will remain true. No matter the torment or longing, I will not yield. I will control the process. God grant me strength and will. By the grace and power of the monarchy and its allegiance. De Paul Leroy, Eleanor.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the mic came loose. Sorry about that. I was saying this looks like the power of many, like that old Star Wars TV show that got canceled. That's what I thought that said.
10th September, 1880. It is all finished. Elizabeth warned me, and I discovered the truth at last. O most venomous viper at my very bosom, O lowest of the least worthy who ever breathed, my Judas, my devil. If I could tear my heart out and fling it after him in the dirt, I would. 12th December, 1880. He continues to come, the devil. I will never look upon his hideous face again. He is afraid I will tell, and I might. To destroy him, I might. When I think of the accident, now that things are clear, I wonder, was it truly an accident, or was it the plot to kill me? If so, why did he not complete it then, instead of putting me in this torment? Could he have hated me so? I wish to God he had simply ended it there.
Ah, the hunting accident may not have been, it may have been Von Glover just like maiming the king because it's fun.
10th June, 1881. Terror. Rapture. During W's music tonight, I felt a pulling. The horror nearly came upon me right there. Then the music turned, and it was gone. What can it mean? I must confide in the great friend. Perhaps he will know what has happened. 2nd August, 1882. The experiments go better and better. W has proved as loyal and determined as ever I believed he would be in a matter of my salvation. He says he has the formula now. It remains only to put the finishing touches on the completed opera and to draw up the diagram for the crystals. Can it truly end? I scarce dare to hope.
Yeah, Wagner.
April 1883. The great friend is dead. How unjust that he should be taken from me now. Where is my chance at salvation? Why has God condemned me twice? 10th October 1885. There must be made clear funds for the crystals. Lies. Everyone lies. My own servants. What must I do? Must I sell one of my beloved castles? The crystals must be made. I grow daily less able to control my own will. How long will I be able to resist the ultimate sin? And the music is worthless without a device. Time is running out. The crystals must be made.
All right, this might be the end of the chapter right here.
I do have something to discuss with Georg, but he'll never believe me unless I show him.
Ein Fax.
Have you heard of Ludwig's diary?
Here we go.
Yes, but no one is allowed to see it.
It just so happens that I have a copy of an English translation right here. There's something I wanted to show you. Read this one.
August, 1880. The experiments go better and better. They has proved as loyal and determined as ever. It remains only to put the finishing touches on the completed opera and to make up the diagram for the crystal. My God!
Wait, I want to show you something. I am not supposed to have looked at this myself, but I am here alone all day, so...
I thought her promise was to show him.
July 1881. Richard returned from his meeting with the king. Never have I seen him so pale. I was concerned for his heart. He would not speak with me, but immediately shut himself up in his study and started working on a new project. He will not tell me the first thing about it. He will only say that it was time he repaid his king. It confirms Ludwig's diary. He wasn't crazy.
Yes, but Ludwig says that the opera was completed. Imagine that, completed. There's something else.
August 1882. We had a messenger tonight from the king. He brought a letter which Richard burnt. I did manage to see a bit of it. It said something about a great night in Munich and that it would be Richard's supreme triumph and someone else's destruction. Ludwig then wrote that even though he himself would probably die, his immortal soul would be freed thanks to Richard. I worry for poor Ludwig and for us. Where will we be if his madness continues? Surely someone will put an end to it. Wow.
There's one more.
May 1883. I sent Richard's sealed package to the king, as he instructed moments before he closed his eyes forever. I could not even bring myself to care what was in it. What could it matter now? Whatever it is, I hope it brings the king good memories of Richard. He did so much for my beloved.
The package.
Hey. Gotta be quiet during the cutscene, right? All right, chapter 5. Okay, we're 4 hours in. Forget my ambition of doing an entire chapter. I want to keep playing for a little bit. I also like replay. I am enjoying replaying this game. This. What is it about this game? Because there's also something stupid about it where you get. Yeah, just replay the game over and over. Why not? Yeah, you just forever, right? I mean, in a way, we can be our cozy corner of the internet for the next 40 years, right? We could, I guess. But anyway, I was saying there's something in. It's a little bit not repetitive, but there is kind of a slog with just the amount of research and just these abstractions of characters and whatever. But there's also enough with the FMV that keeps it enticing. It's dumb. It's like, what's an analogy? It's like a can of Pringles. Right? Like you eat the whole can of Pringles and you just keep going. You're just like, this is cardboard and I'm not enjoying it that much. And yet I'm really enjoying it. And I'm just going to keep going until I finish the whole can. I don't know. There's a connection there. It's just like that. What kind of thread is that? I mean, there's only one way to find out. But why is that on your mind, Lauren? Look at this. All right, this is hot right here.
She sounds delightful. I'd love to meet her.
Oh, she's a hoot, all right. Just pretend you don't have a penis around and you'll be fine. Got this inborn need to rip them off.
Now I'm really intrigued.
This one time, I'd gone off to this, party, you might say. And it was getting a bit hairy. Well, Gracie.
No, tell your story.
Better. Come here, Kleiner. Beta does not speak English, but then she has her own methods of communication.
I should leave you two kids alone.
Oh, don't be silly.
She's for sharing.
Friedrich, I can't just take your date.
Why not? I didn't expect her tonight. And for some reason, I don't find myself in that mood. Besides, from what you've told me, you live like a monk down south at that castle. Your body needs some attention. Detta. Zeige ihm sein Schlafzimmer.
What does he say right there? I need to know. There's so much art in this, not knowing the language spoken. Oh, we're going in there. Oh, they're already done. Never mind. Oh yeah, Electrike has a very precise ranking 1 to 50, right? I think we talked about this. I thought you had more, but... Yeah, so Gabriel Knight, Gray Matter, and King's Quest 6, right, Lauren? You see the similarities. That's why I love King's Quest 6 so much. It has such obvious personalities. It's like exactly what you get if you combine the writing styles of Jane Jensen and Roberta Williams. Careful, Super Gamer. That's actually pretty quotable.
I don't need to go back to the Yuba's place right now. No point in going back in there at the moment.
Just thinking about Von Glauer's place gives me a hangover. I'll see him this afternoon.
All right, so it's these three.
I don't need to do anything else at the lab.
These two. It looks like 6 spots, but it's just these two. So Gabriel's whole adventure, chapters 1, 3, and 5. 1, 3, 5. No. 1, 3, and 5 have all been this Munich subway system. And we're about to close it out. We have just these 2 locations. Prince von Schintenblatt? Or, I don't know. I like when he tries to pronounce this. I do need to kind of go to the bathroom.
Ubergrau, Hoffen, and Schnell. My family lawyers.
Ah, guten Morgen, Gabriel. Another envelope came from Rittersberg. A request for me and a letter for you.
Yeah, because I keep mixing it up. If I just drank straight alcohol, I wouldn't have to go to the bathroom as much. Although my last break, I did not go to the bathroom. I just went to the kitchen to refill. To be fair. Let's be fair to myself.
I don't want to discuss anything heavy till I've picked up my tape recorder. I'm off. See you, Harry.
Goodbye.
No, Pisswasser is beer. Is that actually the official brand in GTA 5? If I'm remembering that. I do it to dilute it and mix with caffeine, but I could just drink either straight whiskey or straight tequila, which would really knock me out quick. Which you don't want that, right? I mean, I got knocked out in the last stream, but at least it took me a little bit. Yeah. You know, it is a, I mean, they say killing brain cells, which is too harsh of a term because that's permanent and sad, and don't do that. But I think that there is, when you kind of have a hyperactive mind and you just want to be able to focus on something where you're not as high strung, I guess, it kind of helps with that. Right. I like, as an activity, I really enjoy it, being able to kind of divert my attention, playing the game, keeping up with chat, and drinking alcohol that allows me to split my attention in just the right way where I'm not overthinking things as I tend to do. And it's actually oddly relaxing in a way that that being hyper-focused on one thing can be stressful. I don't know. I think that's why I enjoy streaming. I guess we're going to pick up the tape recorder. If I hit this and he starts walking... And then I open the inventory and he just walks off the screen. Is streaming the only time you allow yourself to drink? There are 2 times. Okay, so my rule with drinking is it has to be social. I consider you guys, hanging out with you guys, even if it's just text chat, it's social. The other time is when I hang out with friends in person, right? When we go to the bar or the pub, as Europeans would say, or at their house, you know, and they got drinks, right? My rule is I don't drink alone, which it sounds like a gray area because in a way I'm drinking alone because I'm the only one physically in this space. But because I'm hanging out with people, I don't consider it alone. Even though it's very virtual. It's still... It's that kind of thing where I'm not always a very social person. And so I'm never going to end up in some kind of dark or dangerous place. As long as my rule is I don't drink alone, if it has to be with people, even if I count you guys, it's enough to where I will be okay. Whoa! Okay, yeah. You could probably really test that bug. I found a bug in this game, and it's trippy. My sentences are still complete enough, right? So... Deviant Art. I haven't heard of that website in some years.
I'd give it a shot, but I don't speak the language.
Hey, Spiper.
54 Dienastrasse.
Electric, you should just, if you've ranked 1 to 19, which I did sort of informally 1 through 5, but that was specifically story games, which everyone kind of knows my Five Guys junk food guilty pleasure of video games is the Talos Principle, so there's no way that's not in my top 5. It's probably my number 1, even though I don't want to admit it. But, you should post your ranking list somewhere in my Discord server.
The men will be meeting here later today for the trip. I'm sure they won't wait for you, so you might want to be on time.
I'll be here. Sweet of you to worry, though.
Well, okay, it's up to you if that's what you prefer.
I'm not in the mood to communicate with the dead today.
Sorry, I fat fingered it. Fat fingered it again. It's all white keys, so it's actually not hard to figure it out.
I recorded some of Von Zell's conversation last night. Unfortunately, it's in German. I don't think I'm gonna get down there again.
What is the app? So there's Perfect Piano and Virtual Piano. One of them is a website, the other's an app. Which one's which? Perfect Piano is the app. So Virtual Piano is the website. Those are not associated with each other. I'm just saying, like, if I wanted to pull up a piano on a computer, it would be Virtual Piano.
Nice plant.
Nice plant. Gotta love them. Yeah, I have the organ playing on here, but it doesn't have to be that.
I thought Germans only drank beer.
All right. Gotta pee again. Sorry. I'll be right back. All right. Who's left? Sorry for taking a moment there. Appreciate your patience.
They're busy.
Hey, Lauren, I'm surprised you lasted this long. I expected you to slink off hours ago. I appreciate you still being here. Oh, it's driving me crazy not having a just so many secret projects. I bet you guys think I'm full of shit with them. I need to figure out how to get those out, because I feel more repressed than anything. Just having these ideas bottled up inside. It's gonna happen, though. Please believe me.
Gabriel, come in.
Hey, Harry.
Think I'm full of shit, promising all these projects I never deliver on. I understand. I understand. I got another 40 years to figure it out.
Have any luck with that missing person search?
Oh, of course, I forgot. Frau Hogel dropped off something this morning. Yes, there are two forest areas where missing persons incidents are concerned. The Nationalpark Bayerischer Wald and the Naturpark Schwäbisch-Fränkischer Wald. Frau Hogel checked both these areas back 10 years. Between 1960 and 1969, there were only 1 to 2 cases a year in the Bavarian National Forest area. Between 1970 and 1990, there were 10 to 12 cases each year. Oh. In 1991, it went up to 17, then went back down to 12 in 92 and 93. The Schwäbisch-Fränkischer Wald figures are similar.
Curious.
Does something ring a bell?
If it does, I should be able to hear it loud and clear. I'm leaving this afternoon for the Bavarian National Forest.
What a chord.
Can I bother you for another favor? I need something translated, and I need somebody I can trust to do it.
And you're asking me? You obviously don't know German lawyers.
Harry, you're such a kidder. Okay. Here it is.
Wir müssen miteinander reden.
We should talk?
Nein.
No?
Es ist meine Karriere, verdammt noch einmal. Vielleicht sogar mehr, wenn die...
His career is in danger even if the police...
Ich habe Ihnen doch gesagt, nicht darüber zu sprechen.
I told you not to speak of it.
Aber ich denke mir, dass die Polizei bereits weiß, dass unsere Wölfe nichts damit zu tun haben. Die können einen Test machen an den Körpern.
The police must know that our wolves are not responsible. There are tests they can perform on the bodies.
Gut. Ihre geflüchteten Wölfe sind keine Killer. Was soll's? Halten Sie nur Ihren Mund. Sie sind damit besser dran.
So, your escape wolves are not the killers. What's the problem?
Aber Herr Knight, er kam gestern Morgen zu meinem Büro. Er hat viele Fragen gestellt.
He says you've been asking a lot of questions.
Worüber?
About what?
Über die Wölfe.
About the wolves. Who are these men?
Just friends. I think there's more.
Was ist los, von Aigner? Ich muss mit jemand anderem reden.
He doesn't want to talk, says he has someone else to speak to.
Ich habe mir gedacht, wissen Sie etwas über Großbergs Tod?
Do you know anything about Großberg's death?
Wieso sollte ich?
Why the hell should I?
Nun, ganz einfach. Ich gab Ihnen seinen Namen.
I gave you his name.
Und?
And?
En hij vraagt mich, ob ich Großberg kenne.
He says you asked him if he knew Großberg.
Was?
I think I know what happens next.
You know, it would be a great tragedy if the Ritterline were to die out. A great, great tragedy. I'm not just talking about for the sake of our firm, but...
I know what I'm doing, Harry.
Well, here's the truth about my current King's Quest 6 project. I could probably get it out in October, but you guys want spooky games in October, so I got to put it to November. That's your fault. King's Quest ain't a spooky game.
I don't have anything else to say right now.
Well, I guess there's nothing to say here.
Well, I'm off. See you, Harry.
Goodbye.
It is a one-off stream. Yes.
I don't think she speaks much English.
Can I have some of that Weisswurst?
6 Mark, bitte. Dankeschön.
Worst.
Bitte.
Weisswurst. 6 marks. Hackfleisch. That sounds yummy.
What is today? October 12th? Turning the 13th? Yeah, I could probably be ready in... if I prioritized it in about 2 weeks. But I'll probably have to wait a bit longer. Not because of me. Just saying. Ah.
the American PI.
How you doing?
Criminal Commissar Lieber. I couldn't just call you KKL, could I?
Sit down.
How about KKK?
He just wanted to get that in there. I don't know if Germans know what that is.
Probably nothing of interest back there. Besides, I can't see past the commissar's big head. What's the status on the case?
There's nothing new that I can share with you.
Is there anything new that you can't share with me?
Had to try.
Okay, let's try this. You haven't found the zoo wolves yet.
No.
Have you caught anything yet?
No.
Oh, that hurt him right in the pride.
Am I not surprised? Kind of a funny thing. I talked to Grossberg's assistant. It was a fluke, really. But she mentioned you guys took some of Grossberg's ledgers.
I told you to stay out of our business, Knight.
True, true. Why did you guys take ledgers if Grossberg was just a random victim?
As long as this case is open, I'm going by the book. That means a standard background check on the victim.
Find anything?
I don't think anyone's looked yet. We'll probably assign one of the younger men to do it. As you say, Grossberg was a random victim.
Did I say that?
You did?
I don't suppose you'd let me take an eensy-weensy look at Grossberg's ledgers.
Absolutely not.
What if I could prove that Grossberg wasn't a random victim?
You're crazy.
Am I?
Look, if you have information, I want to know what it is now.
What information? Look, 5 minutes with the ledgers. If Grossberg was a random victim, my looking won't matter. And if not, I may be able to help you out. You get nothing to lose either way.
I don't believe you know anything. No papers.
All right, where's the thermostat? Right. Here's some food.
I don't think that would impress Liba.
Seems like the kind of guy I could bribe with food. Oops.
At least he's neater than Detective Mosley.
I'm sure nothing's changed since the last time I looked at the map. He's being pretty stubborn about those ledgers. I've got a feeling I won't be able to just talk my way past this one. He's being pretty stubborn about.
If I can convince you I do know something new about this case, will you let me see Grossberg's ledgers?
I'm listening.
Good. Keep it up.
Keep it up.
Aber ich denke mir, dass die Polizei bereits weiß, dass unsere Wölfe nichts damit zu tun haben. Die können einen Test machen an den Körpern.
Gut. Ihre geflüchteten Wölfe sind keine Killer. Was soll's? Halten Sie nur Ihren Mund. Sie sind damit besser dran.
Aber Herr Knight, er kam gestern Morgen zu meinem Büro. Er hat viele Fragen gestellt.
Worüber?
Über die Wölfe.
Ich habe mir gedacht, wissen Sie etwas über Großbergs Tod?
Wieso sollte ich?
Nun, ganz einfach. Ich gab Ihnen seinen Namen.
Und?
You were...
The ledgers first, please.
Starter, bringen Sie Großbergs Papiere herein. Danke, Starter. Das ist alles.
Left the door open.
I'm going out for some coffee. You'd better have something important to tell me when I get back, Knight. Or you'll learn more about Chairman law enforcement than you ever cared to know.
Oh, there he goes. So yeah, serious question, guys. Although you're not being able, this is a much bigger, broader question for than any of us actually know. But so you got a tape recording in 1994, showing evidence of a conversation that happened. How much of this is going to collapse when AI is able to just generate anything? And you can't trust anything. Like, are we going to go back to the Stone Age in terms of evidence gathering because anyone can just generate anything convincingly? Are we just going to have like a blip of a golden age where we had reliable footage to be able to enlighten us on certain things that happened, and we're just not going to be able to have that anymore going forward? I've seen some shit. There's like the stuff I'm seeing right now compared to 6 months or a year ago. It's insane. You can't trust anything anymore. I mean, the heuristics you can use to kind of tell, okay, that's fake, okay, that's AI generated. The whole goal of those AI projects is to close that gap. You cannot rely on that AI gap to maintain. I am genuinely worried about it. It's not, I don't believe that there's going to be stuff fabricated so that people will believe things that happened that didn't happen, but rather we're just going to reach a point where no one's just going to believe anything. And we're just back to the old Stone Age days of hearsay. That's it.
Stand up! Kommen Sie her und nehmen Sie die Papiere weg.
I don't know why he let me... I don't know why I was left unsupervised with the records. Where's his coffee? He chugged it before he came back?
Spill it.
Your coffee, sir?
Herr Dr. Klingman from the zoo?
Yes?
He belongs to a men's club, right? And the guy that was asking about Grossberg, Well, he's in that club too. Ditto the third guy, the one with the personality of a pit bull.
Go on.
The guy that was asking about Grossberg, he was listed in one of Grossberg's address books. They knew each other. In the club these fellas all patronize is only blocks from where Grossberg was killed. Coincidence? I don't think so.
Good work. We'll have the club investigated immediately. You'll have to leave that tape here.
Wait a minute. I'm already in with these guys. You go in there with your SWAT troop and my stool pigeon days are over.
Sorry, but I'm in charge of this case, and now I have a lead. I can't depend on a civilian to do my job. What's the name of this club?
The Friendly Wanderer. It's near the university.
It's an AI-generated name.
Okay. I appreciate the information, but as of now, I want you to disappear. We'll handle everything.
Sure, I understand. Good luck, Lever.
The tape?
Sucker.
Boom! Alright.
I don't want to talk to Lever. Besides, he's probably out looking for the Friendly Wanderer Club.
Alright, good night, Lauren. All right, I'm going to save it again.
Gabriel, come in.
Hey, Harry.
So yeah, oh yeah, for Fantasy Dreamer. Do you believe I exist, or am I an AI-generated bot on a two-dimensional screen in the corner of this 1080p video on twitch.com or twitch.tv, excuse me, for your entertainment?
I don't have anything else to say right now. I'm off. See you, Harry.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. He has another call to make. See, how do you know? Again, that AI stuff is getting out of control. I saw a clip the other day. I knew it was fake because I recognized the original clip and like someone else's face was superimposed, and I could tell kind of it was motivated as a meme where they were saying not obscene things, absurd things. But like, imagine if we were black hats. The point of being a white hat is to pretend you're a black hat and think like, what if I really wanted to fool people to the best, to the absolute optimal best of my ability, that this thing is real when it's fake? And I shouldn't mention him because I guess he's no longer one of us, but I will because he messaged me. Frosting messaged me. He wants to make a deep fake. I think it's just out of good fun, out of humor. And, you know, we riffed on some ideas, and it's like, yeah, you could make that deep fake because it's fun and everyone's going to know that's a joke. But, you know, to do it really well, it's going to be convincing as an art form. And so I think people will recognize that it's the context that we were talking about is such that everyone will know it's fake. So it's one of those like powers used for good. But that power itself is, yeah, it's worrisome. Yeah, I think he's just convinced that he doesn't fit in with us or something. I think the issue, honestly, is oddly tied to what you said, Sawyer. You said you were diagnosed with autism at 30. And it's like, he looks at me and my community, he's like, you're all autistic and I'm not. So I can't be here. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That's a good balance. Like, maybe we shouldn't all be autistic. My Discord app is not loading, but it is showing that Electrike is typing. Sorry for calling you out, Electrike. I didn't mean for you to, like, stop typing. I just find it funny that my Discord app is doing that. Like, it's not working at all, and yet it's saying you're typing.
'54 Dienastrasse.
Mm-mm.
I'll leave the magazines here. I don't think I should get too comfy around here. I'm not in the mood to communicate with the dead today.
Yeah, I already saved that.
Dead things. Gotta love them.
It's funny lines to play back to back, actually.
Lots of Nietzsche and Kant. I don't understand that stuff even when it's in English. Rat House. That's a town hall. Rittersburg has one too.
Rat House. I think we should popularize that. We should call any and every government building a rat house. Fuck the government, man.
She almost seems to be watching me.
All the women are in the kitchen talking about female things.
That must be the famous Munich glockenspiel.
Well, I got something pretty decent, but I don't want to say because then that's going to be like an empty, shady bullshit project that isn't real, like everything else you don't believe in me about. I really am stuck in a rut in this place. I can't think. I can't focus here. I am going to sell this place. I'm going to move out somewhere. And I'm actively doing that. And I hope you understand that takes a minute. But my brain has been full of fuck all year. And I cannot get in the right concentration to do what I actually want to do here. I'm serious. I think to a point, it's fine to be like, this guy's been talking shit like this forever. But I hope I drip out at least enough content where you can think that I at least believe that I can get where I want to go over time. Actually, I'll tell you guys a story that I was going to reserve. I tend to like only say things once and not even say things on stream. But I'll tell you guys this because you're my more devoted followers as opposed to like people on YouTube. But so there's a little bit of shady lore, something I've kept to myself. Yeah, but this when I talk about my environment, I'll tell you how important it is. So, the last Shady Paradox files I made, it was 2022. It's been a while. It was a couple years ago. But I kind of felt, I was already starting to feel a little bit of that cabin fever here, and it's only gotten worse. But that video, I did not make here. Like, as like almost a random experiment, I just rented like an Airbnb in a different location that was kind of a nice location, but it was remote and just had a view. And I was just like, I'm going to see if just a change of environment helps me be more creative. And it did. And I made about 80% of that video. I had to do some work here, but I made most of that video in a completely different place. In about 2.5 weeks, which is really fast for me. It usually takes me months to make a video because, you know, just to like clear my head. But I was just thinking about it. And so I couldn't even take all my equipment, right? I usually have 3 monitors. I had 1 monitor. I had a smaller desk, but I brought the computer, my audio interface, you know, the bare necessities. I took it to an Airbnb. Really just to see how much faster I would work, and I worked much faster. That whole video I made as fast as I've ever made a video. So it was the Shady Paradox Files video about Quern, not the Mist video. That one's way more involved, but it really had a massively positive effect on my mental clarity to be much more creative, much faster. And every day when I get up and I look at my desk and I look at my computer, I'm like, I don't feel like working today. I just can't do it here. It's a big deal. I'm really slow and stagnant in my creativity. I'm convinced because of where I am. It sounds like bullshit, but I have enough experience to know why this doesn't work and why something else does. Just to be in a different place, and I was way more productive. And I want to try that again. I want to be able to tap into that more regularly. I was talking with a friend. We were talking about like drinking and stuff. I was out. It was on my birthday. I met with a friend downtown, actually more closer to Austin. And I kind of told him my situation. I was like, this sounds stupid, but it seems like where I am affects how creative I was. And he's like, yeah, you have to have a dedicated office in a place with no distractions, and you only go in there to work. And you never work when you work when you're in there, and you don't work when you're not in there, and you're way more productive. And he was telling me about this, like, oh, that's why. Because I have this place just set up in my living room. It sounds like bullshit, but he was like, yeah, of course, that's the way it is. And I have my own experience with that. And so, yeah, I'm working on, like, how do I make it so that I'm dipping into that more often? So, yeah, I know I haven't been productive lately, but I am working on how to not just, like, sit there and be more productive, but actually design my whole setup so that I am more productive. And it's not the equipment, it's the environment. That is, it's just very important. Yeah, I mean, I'm attacking it on like an abstract level, but I mean, I could sit down here and spend a couple hours each day actually working on my projects, and I just kind of don't want to do it. And I think maybe at this point, I should just be okay with not doing that and just let that fester for a while until I'm just really ready to go ham on it in the right environment later. So yeah, and I'm going to make a video for my main YouTube channel explaining that whole thing that I just told you guys again. Probably like this, just off the cuff rambling, because I don't need everything scripted, but yeah. It's just gotten worse over time where there's just been this tailing off of my productivity. It's just bad. And that second video in the Visions of Mist series in particular needs a lot of very dedicated focus, and this just does not offer it. But yeah, you heard it here first. Shady Files 8. That was made in an Airbnb somewhere else in like 2.5 weeks. I moved to a random location just to get away from here. No other reason. I had more technical capability here, actually. I had a little bit less firepower there. But it wasn't about the equipment. It was just about the environment. That is so important to creativity.
Gabriel, come in.
Hey, Harry.
I live by myself, yes, but it feels very cramped because I'm in this neighborhood where the houses are very close together and it's kind of noisy. And it's just different. It feels different than it used to be. It doesn't feel like if you look at the old 2017 clips, when this house was empty and Joey was running around back here, like there was like nothing built here. Now it's all built up.
I don't have anything. I'm off. See you, Harry.
Goodbye.
It's not one person specifically. No, it's just I mean, to be honest, it's the whole town. I hate living in this whole town. It's very poorly managed. Oh, here.
Exports, exotics. It'd be nice to know what all this meant.
Okay. So we ask our translator what this means.
Gabriel, come in.
Hey, Harry.
Ah, Gabriel, come in. It's been 90 seconds. And last time you just said to my face that you don't have anything else to say, but sure.
I don't have anything else to say right now.
I'm not sure why I'd want to show him that.
Oh, but I thought you wanted to know what it meant.
Exports, exotics. It'd be nice to know what all of this meant.
Oh, well, I guess it's more like a budget sheet. It's not really like a language thing. Moss, if you keep that up, Matthew's going to disappear again. But you should support indie developers in general, yes, of course, because they're like us. Unlike the giant corporations who are not like us. Want some German meat?
I'm not sure why I'd want to show him that.
I'm off.
Do you want to taste my German meat? Yeah, the regular joke. Oh, he does put it on the map. I'm sorry, guys. I thought I had another step before that got put on the map. I feel like an absolute fool. I thought I needed another step before that showed up on the map, and it's already there. Excuse me, please. I didn't mean it.
Hello, are you Mr. Dorn?
Yes. What do you want?
My name is Knight. I'm an associate for Grossberg's.
Grossberg. That son of a bitch owes me a lot of money. Now he's dead. Who's going to pay me, huh?
I'll be handling Grossberg's accounts. If you could just tell me what services you perform for him exactly, I can get you a check right away.
I don't talk to nobody about what I do. Pay me what I'm owed. Maybe you and I can do business together. Otherwise, I've had enough of Grossberg and his associates.
What is Sir Ode?
You again. Do you have the money Grossberg owed me?
You wouldn't take a traveler's check, would you?
No.
Didn't think so.
How about some vice versa?
I don't think he'll take a trade.
I want a book on lycanthropy.
I don't think he'll take a trade. I don't think...
Can't stand here all day. Come back when you have the cash. Don't come back at all.
Hold on. We're going to do this.
I forgot something. I'll be back later.
Uh-huh.
I forgot the money. I'm going to focus very hard.
You again. Do you have the money Grossberg owed me? Can't stand here all day. Come back when you have the cash. Don't come back at all.
I don't know. It's too fast, but it's like something like that. Oh well. It's too quick though.
Ah, Gabriel. Come in.
Hey, Harry.
Why doesn't that background sound continue when you're here? Anyway, so yeah, I've been drinking a lot, but I'm still coherent, right? I'm still speaking in complete sentences and articulate syllables and everything. I'm really focusing on that. Anyway, let's just blow 100,000 on a black market animal abuser. Let's do it.
Could you pull some cash for me from the Ritter account?
Sure. How much do you need?
14,000 marks.
Okay, that's a bit.
Are you sure it's wise to carry so much?
I won't be carrying it long.
All right. Frau Hogel, gehen Sie zur Bank und holen Sie mir 14.000 Mark vom Ritterkonto ab.
Forgive me for not remembering, but what is the...
To make out a will while we wait.
How about if I just leave everything to you?
I wish you would leave everything to me.
What was I saying?
Thanks, darling.
I hope you guys understand when I'm in the middle of making something, it is so repressive to keep it all to myself. I really don't want to tell anyone anything about it because I know the internet is really... Information travels fast. Oh, that's a whole other subject. What was I going to say about 14,000 marks and Harry? Shit, what was I going to say? I had a thing. What was I talking about? It had something to do with speaking coherently, carrying 14,000 marks. Oh, just, I don't know, just like how much is that actually worth in today's dollars, even though that's... I know we worked that out before, but I don't know, that stuff is... Maybe as a percentage of Sawyer's dream house on Zillow, right? But, excuse me, they posted earlier about that whatever that listing was, which was actually kind of a neat looking place, especially for the price. Just like 14,000 marks in Germany in 1994 as a percentage of that house. How much of that house is it? Where's it go to? Don't ask me.
I don't have anything else to say right now. Easy come, easy go, I guess. I'm off. See you, Harry.
Goodbye.
It's only 9 o'clock our time, Central Time. It's not even bad, actually.
You again. Do you have the money Grossberg owed me?
$14,000 marks. In cash.
Come in. Please.
Okay. So that's $8,641.98. In 1994 dollars. Now, if we convert that up 30 years, what is that?
The smell.
Back to $14,000?
Eating animals. No matter how much I spray them down.
No, it'd be a little more than that.
Some creatures are like that, yes.
I'd be interested in hearing your business plan, Herr Knight.
What kind of exotics did you get for Grossberg?
Anything. Cats he mostly got.
No!
Things that make good coach, you know. Things you can't get on the market. But for you, you pay cash up front. I get you anything.
Can you get hippopotamuses?
Okay. Maybe not anything. But most things I can get. You need some cats soon, huh? gorilla. I can get gorilla.
Well, it's possible. I'll let you know.
Somebody play the TikTok song. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the llamas. No, that's not how it goes.
Did Grossberg harvest the furs, or did you?
Me? I do it. Only costs 250 marks extra, and I do a good job. You get the skin all clean for that. Not the meat. You pay more for the meat.
Naturally.
But every few months, Grossberg, he wanted the whole thing live. I don't know what he did with those. I don't ask questions.
I think I know.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
What did he do with the live animals?
Did you talk to Grossberg before he died?
Yeah, sure. A few days ago. I called the bastard for my money. He told me about you, you know.
He did?
Yeah, sure. Said he had a new business partner. And that soon he would have much money and could pay me everything. I thought he was lying. Now you show up. It's good for me he was telling the truth.
Yeah. Hey, how did Grossberg's export go?
Okay. Usually I bring animals in, not sell them out. I worked hard to find someone to take those too.
Don't eat cats and dogs. Don't get in this market. You're a bad person.
Oh, where did the exports end up anyway?
Taiwan. A zoo, they said. But I don't believe it. The restaurant is what I think.
Do they sell wolf meat at Taiwanese restaurants?
Why not? They sell tiger. Those people, they eat anything.
There were 2 wolves, right?
Yeah, sure. Male and female.
Wait, they ate the Noah's Ark supply.
Could I see where you kept the wolf?
Yeah, sure. Kept them both in the last cage on the right. The one against the wall.
I'm not sure what else to say. That's me, Gabriel Knight. These animals are filthy. Hungry, too. I'd like to put Dorn in one of these cages and leave him there.
No, Fantasy Dreamer. Bad.
If I ever solve this case, I'll sick Liba on this guy.
Must boycott.
If I ever solve this case, I'll sick Liba on this guy. If I ever solve...
I'm going to have to go over there and pick up a new pet just to keep you from eating it. And show it here every day and be like, you would have eaten this. Would you eat people too?
These animals are filthy. Hungry, too. I'd like to put Dorn in one of these cages and leave him there. These animals.
Oh, I remember this now. This is terrible. Terrible game design. Yeah, you remember this. Yeah. Nope. I'm pretty sure I draw the line with anything on eating a carnivore. I don't think I would eat any animal that ate meat. Anyway, yeah, there's this whole space under here that looks the same just on the surface. Before you pan it with the mouse, it looks the same as it's over here, but that's different.
There's something in there, but I can't tell what it is.
Yeah.
That cat is just waiting for me to stick my arm in there again.
That's true. I mean, there's what, pescatarians that only eat fish but no other meat? So it's like, it's a language problem, right? Where there's like plants and then there's fish and then there's vegetarian land meat and then there's like carnivore meat and humor. It's like a hierarchy and it's like, we're just making this up. I don't know. I just feel like they're too much like us to eat. And I'm okay with being a little vague with that. Eat more cows, Moss. That's the natural conclusion.
Hilda and Possible's tags. So much for the killer zoo wolves theory. Hilda and Possible's tags. So much for the killer zoo wolves theory.
Oh. Yeah, my phone won't load Discord for some reason. Maybe I have to reinstall it. Well, I think your solution, Sawyer, is the comment right above you.
I think I'll leave the cat alone.
Yeah, then eat the pigs.
I'm not sure what else to say. The sleazebag lost them. I'm not about to give them back. Just thinking about Von Glau's place gives me a hangover. I'll see him this afternoon.
All right, let's go see him.
Not the least. Selber. Wie geht's? Good. There you are. Ready to go?
I suppose, I don't really have any stuff. Von Agnes said you had guns at the lodge?
Oh, we'll fix you up. Never fear.
Where's my toothbrush?
Let's go.
That's in the pictures, by the way, the photos downstairs at the hunting club.
Henneman, Price. You two sleep in Price's room. Gabriel will take Henneman's for now.
Herrgott Sakra. Ja, Baron.
Von Price.
Your room is the last door on the left upstairs. Today, we relax. Tomorrow, we hunt.
Great. Can't wait.
All right, so we arrive at the hunting lodge and get 432. Let's check the score. I need 433. What is this? It's something I did last time. Is this real life? Hold on a second. I did save it. Yeah, I play this stupid thing all the time because I fuck up all the time. Let's try this.
Gabriel, come in.
Hey, Harry.
Hey, Harry. Wait a minute. I'm Harry. With an I.
I don't have anything else to say right now.
I'm not sure.
Harry nearly had a heart attack the first time.
Okay, I think there's a typo on this stupid points list. It says talk to Eber, and this is Uber. Who is Eber? Is Eber the other guy?
I'm not sure what else to say.
No, we're going to get this point. This is stupid. Why is my Discord not working on my phone? Or did I just not? I'm looking at all the 1 point leads in this chapter.
Gabriel, I've been busy on this case, and it's starting to pay off. Thought I'd fill you in.
Did I do this?
There's definitely something going on with Ludwig II. I'm pretty sure he was involved with a werewolf. In fact, he was probably turned into one himself. Anyway, something happened to him on this hunting trip, and afterwards he fits the profile in the lore book to a T. It's really fascinating. There's an American couple here, the Smiths. They're from Pennsylvania, if you can believe it. Mrs. Smith has been telling me all about your fortune, and she's sure you're tied in with Ludwig somehow. She also told me to warn you to beware the Black Wolf. Have you learned anything about that yet? So don't tell me where you're staying, as if I care. Really, we're supposed to be a team, Gabriel. I'm holding up my end. I've about done all I can down here, and if you want, I can join you there soon. Perhaps I'll see something I recognize from my research. I'm serious. Grace.
Christ, she's losing it. Ludwig II, a werewolf. Yeah, right.
Oh, that's all it was. So I actually wasn't... I was missing a point, but it was something, an inventory item I carried with me to the lodge. So never mind. It's something it's one of those things you do the first time you play through the game because you're playing through it naturally and doing things that are normal and trying to get in any information you can. Whereas the second time through, you're kind of rushed. Yeah, whatever, get me through it. And you forget to do basic things like that. Okay. Sorry about that. Actually, let me stay here. I'm going to save over this. Okay. That's it. That's all there was. You're supposed to have 433 at the lodge.
Not really. Wie geht's? Good.
Don't you hate that when you show up to a location and everybody's heading out?
I don't really have any stuff. Von Agnes said he had guns at the lodge.
Oh, we'll fix you up. Never fear. Gentlemen, let's go. Henneman, Price. You two sleep in Price's room. Gabriel will take Henneman's for now.
Herrgott Sakra.
Ja, Baron.
Your room is the last door on the left upstairs. Today, we relax. Tomorrow, we hunt.
I mean, if we have to have roommates, I'm surprised that Von Glover didn't assign Gabriel to himself.
Can't wait.
Save. Yeah, see, before I had 431. And now I have 433. I have the 2 missing points. 9:30. All right, guys, I am not completely gone, but I think I'm going to call it a night at a nearly 6-hour stream. I think that's long enough. I'm still coaching. I'm not completely wasted. I could power through this chapter if I wanted, but I'm not sure how much I would enjoy it. Maybe one more chance at a go-to making these streams, but we're kind of running out of time, you know. I'm thinking latter half of chapter 5 and all of chapter 6 in a replay. That is going to be an epic stream. Should I do it? Should I do it midweek or should I do it weekend? What do you guys think? I don't know. But either way, I think we can get from here to the end of the game in one stream. Yeah. But this is a great stopping point. This was my goal, by the way, for a long time, was to get halfway through chapter 5. I am now where I wanted to be. So I know I'm drunk, whatever, but I still have enough wits about me to recognize this, and my sentences and my words are still clear. Midweek would probably be Wednesday rather than Thursday, but I don't know. Have to ask a go-to. Because that would have been... Well, this is the thing. Like, a go-to says Wednesday is good, Lauren says Thursday is good. And if a go-to is just going to be completely AWOL, then we're going to have to go with Lauren's day. I don't know. I try to keep you guys... I try to let you guys influence the day, but... Either way, yeah, it was a lot of fun hanging out. And I'll see you guys next time. It'll be soon enough. And I hope I can pull up Discord and read Electric's post. Yep. All right. See you guys later. Good night.